It's a Tuesday morning in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
We are back. We are live. We missed you so much. Not only can you hear our wonderful voices via the traditional radio, but you can see our beautiful post-break faces. The Odyssey app, WCMF.com on YouTube and on Twitch. YouTube and Twitch, the break room WCMF. So we look great.
Oh, yeah.
By the way, 28 degrees right now. Going to get up into the high 30s, so a little bit warmer today than it's been the last couple. Got that going for us, too. And looks like it's not getting out of the 30s all week long.
Awesome.
So did everyone have a good break?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'm done. Done with the holidays.
So everyone's done with the holidays.
Yeah,
are all
but
done.
I'm
technically, we are all
Done.
done.
I'm done.
And she
I'm
says-
changing religions.
You said you're not even religious.
I don't. I do all this holiday stuff.
Like every year we come back, done with the holidays, never doing it again. And
sucks,
11 months later, there you are, dressed up like an elf, hanging stuff outside your house. You know, it's funny.
What?
You and I have the same stories every time we get back from vacation.
Yes.
And it happens like this every single year.
Yeah.
Is we come in, and for 45 minutes, you and I just bitch
Yes.
and moan. And Kimmy sits there. It doesn't say a damn word.
No,
Why, Kimmy?
I kind of enjoy my time off. It's nice and quiet. It's relaxing
Yeah, you know why?
because I don't have kids.
You don't have kids, and you are the wife. So everything is relaxing for the wife.
It's quite nice, yeah.
And you don't host.
No, we are the ones that venture out.
Yeah. So you show up, eat, drink, go home.
Yep.
You're a monster.
Yes.
And don't be mad at me
No,
because you
'cause
can't
you're
do the same thing.
Smug about it too. Your stupid face over there.
I once was
I
was
wasn't
you.
bragging. You asked.
No, I can see.
I
this-
wasn't going to say anything. I was just going to let you, continue on with your horror
I
stories.
can see the stupid smile on your face, and it makes me
I don't know what
like,
you're talking about.
unreasonably angry.
Yes.
Unreasonably angry that you had a relaxing, resting vacation. Because I finally figured something out.
What'd you figure out?
I would like to introduce to you a new phrase, and feel free to use this throughout your life. It's called the time off paradox.
Okay.
All right. So the idea, getting time off, especially at the end of the year with everything going on,
Yeah.
is that after Christmas, Hanukkah, whatever is over, you get to relax, sleep, enjoy yourself, and
Reflect on your year, right? Plans for the future.
and most importantly, Tommy, recharge your batteries for the upcoming year, and you're going to get after it when you get back. The problem is the time off leaves you more time to do things you have to do. Chores, errands. And the more
Obligations.
Yes. And the more chores and errands that you get done creates more chores and errands. Because once something gets done, it leads to something else you have to do, which ends up taking all of your time off away from you. The more time off you have, the busier you are.
Yes.
It doesn't make any sense. It's more relaxing to get up at 2:30 in the morning, come in here and tell dong jokes for 4 hours a day than it is to have days off. And it drives me insane. It drives me insane.
Because it's to your point, it's like this. It never ends. It's a treadmill. It just doesn't end.
The cruelest part about it is, and I don't know if anyone else had this experience, phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. It's always one thing to get over the hump until you're free. And then after you get over that hump, something else pops up.
Yeah.
But once
somebody shows up at another hump.
Exactly. But once I get over that hump, I got the time to myself. And then there's another hump. And the humps just keep coming until you realize I go back to work tomorrow.
Yeah.
Just hump, work. Like, I don't know about you, but we went from end of the, we go on vacation, got to buy gifts, get ready for Christmas. Then we host Christmas Eve at my house. But once we get over that hump, I'm golden. Except my wife wanted to go to Canada for a day to take the kids to this little water park thing. So once we get over that hump, we're good.
Yeah.
And the day we got back from that water park trip, my wife's family showed up. All of them that ever existed in the world were at my house.
We'll kind of get it all out of the way at once, though, right?
Yeah, no, that was great. So that was 4 or 5 days. But once I got over that hump, we were good, except my daughter had a hockey game in Buffalo. But once I got over that hump, it was New Year's Day, and now we were back at work.
It's like you're in a bad sitcom. Like on any minute, you're expecting Chevy Chase to come walking out of the bedroom.
That actually could happen now. He's not doing well, I guess.
Yeah.
You've got to be nearing the end, though, of like your standard kid activities. Like they got to be onto like teenager stuff where they don't want you around anymore.
No, but here's what's funny about teenager stuff, Kimmy, is my kids are at that golden age where they want to do everything without me.
Yeah.
Which is fine.
Yeah.
I get it. But they can't take themselves places. So I need to take them to those places. And we live in West Henrietta. All of their friends, due to like their activities in school, live all over Greater Rochester area. So if I'm going to let my kid go somewhere for like an hour, hour and a half, I kind of have to like stay around that area because by the time I get back home, I got to go back out and get him again.
Yeah, you're stuck.
Sucks. I guess in summation, I am so happy to be back.
Oh, yeah. I never look for it. My wife goes, I love the holidays. I go, why? What was so great about this?
You don't say that to her face.
I drink. Yes. Because she went out shopping yesterday for stuff, right?
Okay.
She goes, I'm going to run out to Marshall's here. And I go, I want to get stuff for next year.
That's a lot. I know a lot of people that do that. It's like the post-holiday shopping.
So my wife will go out and shop for next year. And they're not even like gifts. They're gifts. They're like
Decorations and stuff.
Decorations. But my wife, when we go to somebody's house, we have to bring something, right?
Yeah.
She also, I didn't know this existed till I married a woman from Pittsford, that you bring a hostess gift.
What is, like cupcakes? What are you talking about?
No. Let's say I brought you cupcakes,
Yeah.
but my wife would also insist that you have to bring the wife a hostess gift. She's hosting.
Oh.
She also gets a gift.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
Like a real gift.
Like a real gift.
Like something she's going to hold on
yeah,
to.
like something you keep in the house. Cool. So she goes out and buys all this stuff. So it's all packed away for next year.
Can you give me an example?
She's got like a closet full of gifts
Yeah,
ready
like
to go.
Nut bowls, cheese boards, serving trays.
Okay, so like holiday kind of themed stuff.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
What if it's a same-sex couple who gets a gift?
I'll let you know.
Okay.
Oh, well, I guess the one who does the cooking,
Okay.
right?
All right.
Have you,
Yeah,
you done like a gay couple?
Somebody
Yeah, yeah.
always takes over as host, right?
Yeah, I mean, I would think
Yeah.
like there's still traditional roles.
Okay.
You know, Chuck's in there, whipping up the souffle,
Chuck
and
got your nut bowl, buddy.
Brad's out there pouring cocktails, telling dirty jokes, smoking a cigar for some reason,
252 WCMF.
dropping ass.
29263. We're talking about the time off paradox. The more time you have off, the more chores and errands you have to run, which makes you more stressed, which wipes out your time off, which makes it more relaxing to be back at work. And here's the thing. I know that I am just pouring out vitriol and anger here, and there's a reason for that.
Oh, yeah.
You say, I look at my wife and I go, why about the holidays? I can't do that. And I know I can't do that. I can't complain at all during my time off because I got my kids,
Yeah.
right? I love spending time with them.
Yeah.
So I can't say a bad word while we're all spending time as a family. So for the last 2 weeks, I have not gotten to complain about anything, which, if you listen to this show, is a large part of what we do.
Yes.
Right?
Bitching,
It's against the fiber of my being to not complain. So now that I have a microphone back in front of my face, that's all you're getting today. Just me bitching and moaning about how everything sucks. It all sucks. I hate it. It sucks.
All right, get it out, man.
Ran out of bananas.
Thank God you're not a priest.
Hey, you've been to church. That's all bitching and moaning, too.
Yeah, true.
You're doing this wrong. You're doing that wrong. Look at that. Did either of you guys end up at church for Christmas?
No.
No, thank God, no religion in my house.
Thank God, no religion.
I thank God every day I'm not religious. I'm on my knees, thank you, Lord. I don't want to do any of your stuff. Because if that would add to it. Because that was my life as a little kid. Mm-hmm. My mother was also deeply Catholic on top of everything else, and my father didn't do any of it. Nothing.
Well, your dad had a great line when you were a kid to get him out of going to church.
Oh, you already been. They have a Father's Mass at 6 a.m. where you can get up.
It is the greatest line of all time. Here's what shocked me about that. My wife loves to go to church on Christmas and Easter.
So does she do the Christmas morning?
Yeah,
church
Christmas
run?
morning.
Okay.
Yes, but it's funny. Like I'm no theologian, right? But I went to Catholic school for a couple of years.
Yeah.
I think Jesus checks other than Christmas and Easter if you're going to church.
Oh, yeah, don't count.
You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like, if it matters that you have to be there.
If you believe, you're not doing it right.
We're still behind. You know what I'm
yeah.
saying? Right? Like,
Yeah.
we're not making the master's cut of heaven if it's just going church and Easter. But, like, normally I have a 50-50 shot of getting out of it because my kids, when they wake up Christmas morning, obviously want to open their presents.
Yeah, you want to drag your ass to church.
Exactly. My wife has a rule of presents after church.
Oh, what?
I know.
Damn.
I know. Well,
That's rough.
It's either get up at 6 in the morning or go to church, come back, do the presents, and I'm going to 6 in the morning.
Right.
My kids didn't even fight it this year.
Oh,
got
really?
up, got ready for church.
Wow.
So
that's
you did go?
amazing.
We went to church, yeah.
So you got to get all dressed up
Yeah.
Christmas morning.
Yeah.
I'm impressed.
Shut up.
I am.
Shut
I'm just impressed that your kids don't put up a fight.
There was no fight this year. It was the first year ever. Like, they're old enough to understand, like, this is what I have
But
to
yeah,
do.
but
to
the
get
older I
presents.
got, the more I was like, hell no, make me, carry me out.
I told you every Sunday we had to go to Mass. And every Sunday I got the belt after Mass on my ass.
Yeah, we got it,
Okay,
right?
thank you.
On and around my ass area.
And my father would laugh. He thought it was funny as hell.
Well, he had already been to Father's Mass,
Yeah,
so he could
he
laugh.
would see me go because I marched upstairs. And, there goes Tommy. He's in trouble again.
Here's the other thing. Like, all right, so I told you my family and I, we host Christmas
Yeah.
Eve. And
I
Which
saw
is
the
work.
videos.
okay, oh,
And
yeah,
hosting is just work.
Well, and you got to listen to his family do karaoke all night too.
Yeah, well, your dad, right?
well, my dad hit two of his prime hits that he does every
All right.
year. Brandy
Yeah.
and Jesse's Girl. Those are his two go-tos. Plus, then whatever else he wants to
Yeah.
add in. He put a Gilbert O'Sullivan in there because nobody does karaoke like Gilbert O'Sullivan. And I know nobody knows who that is, and there's a reason.
Are those two dudes or one dude?
I think it's one.
Is it Rogers and Hammerstein? Or is it Bobby Hammerstein? I don't know.
But because it's a Duffy party and because we all have to tolerate each other for a night,
Yeah.
there's a lot of alcohol.
Oh, yeah.
And we get after
And
it.
you're Irish.
Right? Yeah, exactly. So the worst I am hungover every single year is Christmas morning. And my wife makes me go to church.
Ay.
And it's an old traditional church.
Is it the one you got married in?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
But it's got this
There's
massive.
one downtown.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's this massive pipe organ inside this thing.
Yeah.
So I got
Your
to.
head's just
yeah.
buzzing.
And my wife wants to sit in the back, so like I'm like the organ is literally 5 inches from my face, where everything's coming out. It's family opera, but hungover. I'm in hell. I'm sweating buckets. You can smell the booze coming out of me.
That's the worst.
My hair is all a mess. It's
Yeah.
just a nightmare. Isn't this fun? Yeah, it's fun. I'm so glad we decided to do this. This makes me feel good about my decisions in life. And like the priest knows, he knows what the situation
And
is.
he's just going to scold you the whole time.
Well, no, that's like it's almost like
Well, that's the way church used to be. They just lit you up as soon as you walked in.
church has changed because people stop going to church.
Yeah.
It's like a kinder,
Right.
gentler message, like, hey, thanks for being here, tell your friends. But like I know afterwards, because you always got to talk to the priest afterwards, which is also awkward because like I got it.
Oh, like they do in the movies? That was a fine sermon today there, Pastor.
That's what it was. And we all talk with like those weird New England accents for some reason. Fantastic job today, sir. But like, you know, the greeting of my wife, good to see you. Talks to the kids are polite. And then there's a look at me like, I know what you did. And I know you hated this. And I'm glad I put you through it. Feel that inside you? That's demons. And you did that to yourself. Like, I'm looking more forward to the weekend than I was my entire vacation. Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
because it's short, it's quick, it's fun. It's done.
Look, maybe I'm alone here, and maybe I'm
There's
just
nothing.
ready to-
There's no tradition now. It's all done.
No, that's what it is. You nailed it. There's no tradition. There's no
Yeah,
expectation.
yeah. Yes.
When there is no expectation, there's nothing you have to do. There's
Because my
no,
wife always says, well, all our obligations are done. You know, that's not written down anywhere like
Thank
it's
you.
a law.
Thank you.
You don't have to do any of it.
Thank you.
But my wife has to be liked, and we have to do it.
Well, somebody in your marriage does, right?
Yes, and I get it, but like, there's no. It just doesn't. It just keeps heaping on. Man.
No, but here's the thing, Kimmy. You go, someone in your marriage does. No, they don't. No, you don't. Nobody
Well,
has
it
to.
helps.
No, but how?
I don't know.
No, just give me.
just
give me
does.
one answer. Why
Well,
does it help?
I mean, you do have to interact with people
Yeah, you do. You
occasionally.
do.
I mean, you
You
do
do.
have to do that.
But there's a limit.
Unless, you just want to sit inside and never leave.
No, but there's a difference between interacting with people, which I can handle. I can handle interacting with people, and preparing 7 courses for a New
Yeah.
Year or a Christmas Eve party, and your wife buying a closet full of presents on top of the other stuff you're already going to
For
give
next year.
someone, right? And preparing something to bring to this place.
So before our break, my wife said, "What do you want to do for these 2 weeks?" And we made some plans, right? Just for ourselves. So we were going to go here, go there, go out to lunch, a little dinner, something like that. We did none of it.
Yep.
And we didn't realize it until it was,
Yeah.
we didn't do any of that stuff. No kidding. Because it's just been nonstop. It's like we're running on a bus station.
There were 4 people who I was supposed to have lunch with over the 2 weeks. 4 people who I've been putting it off, and I go, let me
Yeah.
just get to vacation. I'm sorry, it's been so busy. No, none of them. Had lunch with none of them.
No.
Never called any of them, so I look like a
And they're
massive
probably
dick.
busy, too.
No, none of them have kids.
Well, they could still have obligations during the holidays. They don't have families.
What obligation did you have?
We see a ton of people over the holidays that we don't normally see.
Aren't you so cool?
No. She's lying.
You
Because I
don't
follow her. No, she's lying.
You don't have kids either.
He's got stepkids and a grandkid.
And a wife that does stuff.
Yeah, I have family.
Okay, my
I have nieces and nephews.
You realize I follow your husband on Snapchat. He just asked me all the stuff you guys were doing, and I saw a lot of sitting around with the damn dog over the last 2 weeks.
Yeah,
saw you guys
a
at
lot
a
of
Bills game. He was mowing down on a disgusting looking hot dog. Saw that.
He had a hot dog.
She
We weren't even grilling hot dogs.
He was eating something
I
inside
don't
the
know where
stadium.
that
I don't know what he was
happened.
eating. No, like I love it. She, no, my life's just a talk. Every night, you, your husband, couch, dog. Every single night. Looks nice. All right.
Yeah, enjoy it.
I'm gonna take a
You
breath.
did the same thing.
Oh yeah. All right.
What?
I'm gonna calm myself down because we have a show to do today,
All right.
and I'd like to apologize.
For what?
Just got to get it all out.
All right.
Great to be back. We missed you all very
yeah.
much. We have a dynamite obligation. Cut a break for you this morning here on CMF. We're loaded up, Tommy.
What's going on?
Well, I guess what might be the biggest story of the year happened 45 minutes into the year.
Yeah, but they don't still have an answer yet, right?
So that's just it. No, you got it. It's a terrible tragedy. People passed away
Yeah.
due to this accident.
It's horrifying.
Out in front of the Kodak Center, but Kodak Center. Could you tell it was in
Oh,
Canada? for a day?
Kodak. Oh, yeah, Kodak. Yeah, they're doing good, huh?
But it's what came afterwards, and the fact that the feds are in town that now have people talking. You said it yourself. It was a national news
Yeah,
story.
they're still talking about it this morning.
And I think that we do need to take a little pause, especially after another story that everyone assumed was terrorism right out of the gate, where we found out, hey, maybe not.
Okay.
All right, but we'll get to the whole thing just after 7:30ish here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy.
What's that?
You know, there were things happening all over the greater Rochester area for the last week while we were off.
Yeah.
But there's one story that involves a man from the east side who was driving around the west side and the city of Rochester who ended up not only with a gunshot wound, but being arrested.
Jeez. Wait, he got arrested?
Just when you think, Tommy, the story doesn't get any more strange,
Yeah.
hold on.
All right.
We'll get into it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. we like to put certain people in boxes based on the town that they live in.
Oh, sure.
And a lot of the times you're right. And we're going to base that solely on the fact that we have where they went and coming up after 9, and that's what helps us determine who those people are. But every once in a while, there's an outlier.
Whatever.
And I think if the allegations in this story are true, this man would qualify as the outlier.
What happened?
You're hanging out in the break room. Monsters Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. We are back. We are live. We missed you so much. Just after 6:45-ish, while we were gone, the Bills, as somebody predicted weeks ago, went on a hell of a run.
Oh, yeah.
Hell of a run.
Oh, yeah.
And now it all comes down to one game for all the marbles. And if it couldn't get any more stressful, the NFL found a way to make it so.
Well, all those goddamn scenarios everybody's putting on Twitter.
It's actually perfectly simple, and I can explain it to you, and we'll do it.
It's been more complicated in the past, I feel like.
Well, not the last couple of years, because we've had this locked up for weeks in advance.
No, I know. I'm saying like when the Bills were on always on the verge of making the playoffs, it was like 10 different things needed to happen.
But they're still not in right now, right?
They are not. They are not.
Right.
But we're going to tell you how they get in. And we'll do it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. This story comes to us from all over the greater Rochester area.
Okay, whatever.
We'll start this way. According to 13 Wham, police were called to Lake Ave in the city for reports of a shooting. When they got there, they found a 25-year-old man from Pittsford with a gunshot wound to the leg.
Ooh, silver bullet.
So, Tommy, if I were to ask you why a 25-year-old man from Pittsford was in the city with a gunshot wound, your first thought would be
buying drugs.
Okay, I thought the same thing. Not the case,
all right.
At least according to police. And it's about to get a lot weirder. Authorities say this man from Pittsford accidentally shot himself while driving.
In the city with his own gun?
Yes.
Okay.
This is according to police.
So the gun went off accidentally?
According to police, and it shot him in the leg while he was driving. While he was driving. Now, that's weird, but it's also not the first time.
Yeah, because he's not a New York Giant.
It's also not the first time we've heard that story. In fact, we've seen it a couple of times, some tragically, here in our area.
Right. All right.
It's the last part of the story where it gets really weird. Police say during the investigation of this man from Pittsford accidentally shooting himself in the leg while driving around the city, this 25-year-old man had been making random 911 calls.
To about what?
Great question.
Okay.
We don't know.
All right. So he's calling the emergency line, but we don't know what.
Yes.
Right.
This 25-year-old man from Pittsford is accused of driving around the town of Greece and the city of Rochester, making random 911 calls before accidentally shooting himself in the leg. Let's all take a second.
Around? You could do this from anywhere. You don't have to drive around to do it.
Unless he thought like they'd be able to pinpoint where he was if he was sitting in a house making these calls. I don't know how this works. I know
that's a theory.
I know there are folks that work for 911 who are listening. Phone number is 252-WCMF. If you make a call from your cell phone, can they pinpoint where that cell phone call is coming from?
Oh.
Because I know if I call from a landline, if those still exist, they can come right to your house.
Okay.
Right? We've all heard those stories before, like kids calling 911, hanging up the phone, and then the police are there immediately. If I call from my cell, can they find me?
I guess if you stayed on long enough, they could, maybe?
Okay, you're basing that solely on every...
Keep them on for 30 more seconds.
Yes.
As like the bar's loading on the computer.
Oh, we just missed him! God! There's for some reason, they need 9 cops in the background to make this work, and they all have headphones on.
At headquarters, where it's dark, but they have all those screens, and they're looking.
But question with those scenes... None of them are doing anything. They're all just listening with headphones. Yeah. Why do 9 of them have to be there? It's not like there's like guys on a computer or guys like writing stuff down. They're all just listening. And then they all throw their headphones in unison. God, we were so close. So, there is also another important detail in this story we must share.
What happened?
So, on top of this 25-year-old man from Pittsford accused of driving around Greece in the city of Rochester making random 911 calls before accidentally shooting himself in the leg, the man was charged with criminal possession of a weapon. So that gun that went off accidentally was a gun, according to authorities, he should not have had.
So it's an illegal, unregistered gun?
I don't know if it's that, but it was against the rules for him to have.
All right. That's a full day for him.
Yeah.
But Tommy, he had this gun he should not have had on his person while he was driving around Greece and the city, according to police. So it seems the best way to keep from having an illegal gun on you and being discovered would be to not make random 911 calls while you're driving around carrying said illegal weapon.
And you should also check the safety.
Also,
always check the safety.
Also a good idea. Does anyone want to take a swing as to what the hell was going on?
He's mental. Okay. He's got to be like bipolar or something.
Just
what else could it be?
feeling really paranoid that day.
The guy's got to be off his meds. He's either off his meds or he's taking too many meds.
You're making a lot of assumptions.
Well, you asked.
No,
why? You put the question out there. Why?
No, but like
he's mental.
Okay.
He's a nut. He's a nut.
Okay.
Can't you just be a nut?
I mean, you can. We don't know if that's the case here, Kimmy. Outside of he's either off his meds or has taken too many meds,
or he's a nut,
or he's a nut,
or a kook.
Any idea what the hell was going on with this guy?
I don't know, you get a thrill from you think you're pranking, phone calling, like you just based on the fact that he was driving around. I would think that maybe he thinks that they're going to be fooled, like it's coming from different places or something. So you're getting some sort of
thrill?
Entertainment from making these like prank phone calls.
So he's just being a troll.
I guess.
Okay.
So why?
It's going really far out of your way to do that.
Well, why do
what's your game plan here?
Why does anybody do that stuff? I mean, it happens online all the time. You see these swatting situations where people just do it.
But even those are like there's an issue.
No,
usually when you
not always.
But a lot of
Sometimes
times when these people
randomly.
get swatted, it's like people have an issue with that person.
Not all the time, but sometimes some people have an issue.
Sometimes we've heard stories of like people like playing, video games and they get pissed and they've done it. But there have been other times where it's just completely random.
Sometimes it's just about people knowing they have the power to do that to somebody else, a complete stranger.
But the business wasn't even a power trip, right? I mean, he's just making random 911 calls.
No, but that's also has existed since the beginning of 911. Yeah. People calling 911 just to mess with them and hang up again. I mean, you could have just been a bored 25-year-old guy. I am dying to know what the thought process here was. Again, outside of Tommy's brilliant theory that he was either off his meds, on too many meds, was a nut, or a kook.
Yes.
Like, if he was just messing with police and it went terribly wrong, the funniest part of this story is he didn't need the gun to do what he was allegedly doing.
No.
Didn't need a car.
Yes. Like, dude, these are all three separate things. He could have just made the random 911 calls while leaving the gun inside his dresser or, like, walking around somewhere, right? And, like, I don't know why I have this scene in my head of this kid, like, giggling about making the 911 calls, and then, boom, you have a situation.
Yeah,
you know
in your
what I mean?
Now I actually need 911.
And that is the best part of this story. Again, 252-WCMF, police say a 25-year-old man from Pittsford was driving around Greece in the city of Rochester making random 911 calls before accidentally shooting himself in the leg.
Don't you wonder what he was saying during those calls, too?
I am. Yeah, and it's on tape. They record all of them. Like, can't we put out some of those for public consumption just for the entertainment?
I thought you could get them. They put them out every once in a while when there's some crazy stuff.
Well, yeah,
maybe if there's an actual crime.
And normally it's to, like, give you details as to what happened.
Yeah.
You're going to file a Freedom of Information Act to get the audio of what the... Go ahead, do it. You've been in the media 30 years. Yeah. Do you have any idea how to file a Freedom of Information
You just call the government.
What number would that be?
1-800-GOVERNMENT.
GOVERMEN. Oh, you're almost there. You're almost there.
I think you got to add like a hashtag or something.
1-800-#government. I'm dying to know how long he waited until he called 911 for the help that he
When he got shot?
Well, yeah.
I'm guessing that was an immediate phone call.
Well, but here's the thing.
What?
I don't know what his strategy is here during these calls.
Again, he may have been off his meds, on his meds, been a nut,
or
possibly kook.
Yes.
Look, if you call the police about shooting yourself, they're going to find the gun. And the gun is illegal, especially because you shot yourself in the car and there would be no entry point for the bullet. You can't even make the argument I was just driving around and somebody shot me in the leg because the bullet would have to get in. So you're either risking bleeding out and dying or you are calling the cops on yourself for a gun charge, which would carry stiff penalties.
Oh, sure.
On top of that, keep in mind, according to police, he had already been driving around making prank 911 phone calls. And it's possible that the 911 operators already had his number as the guy who was making prank phone calls. So it's not out of the question that even if he did call 911 and say, I just shot myself in the leg, if you've been making crank 911 calls for the last 30 minutes, they ain't coming.
But don't they have to, like, investigate it because it's a gun?
I don't know.
Good question.
I don't know. Well, it's possible that 911 operator that day was either off their meds, on too many meds,
Yes.
was a nut,
Yes.
or a kook.
Diagnosed kook.
Possibly. And to be fair, in this story, we don't even know if he's the one that called 911 after he shot himself.
Oh. Oh, you think somebody could have walked? Yeah.
Well, think about this. Let's
You
say
hear a gun go off.
Yeah, let's say
And you know you're not supposed to have it.
Yeah, I mean, you could drive yourself to the hospital and come up with a better story if you make it to the hospital before you die. I mean, you don't know what part of your leg you're hit. What's that artery that goes down your leg?
There's an artery that goes down your leg.
There's like a really important one that.
And there's one in your neck.
They're all
The
over.
Caraba
quite a
artery.
few.
The Caraba's artery comes with bread and pasta. You idiot! They run that special on Wednesdays for people that are off their meds. And too many meds are kooks or nuts. They call it meds, no meds, kook nut night at Caraba's artery.
Sauce.
No, think about this. Let's say you're sitting on Ridge Road, 104 in Greece, right? And all of a sudden you see a giant flash and hear a muffled bang from the car next to you. You're going to call 911.
Yeah.
Because I'm guessing the guy
yelling out in
react.
pain.
Yes. Like, you're not going to be like,
Yeah.
I have shot myself in the leg. The guy's going to freak out. You're calling the cops if you see that. All right, so maybe he's not the one that called 911.
All right.
Which sucks even harder for him. Well, I don't know what the best case scenario for this guy would have been outside of not shooting yourself. Well, he's alive, but he could be going to jail, Kimmy.
Yeah.
You plus illegal gun equals federal charges. I've read that on several bumper stickers. Project Exile.
Yes.
Right? Like, this guy's probably, if he's guilty of the gun charge, going to jail.
Right. I mean, I don't know what that. Having an illegal, what's the charge?
Did you hear what I said?
I mean, how heavy a charge is that?
You plus illegal gun equals federal jail time. Bumper stickers don't lie.
No, but I'm thinking, like, if he doesn't have any priors, maybe if he's a rich kid, he lawyers up.
I don't know. I mean, what makes you think he's a rich kid?
He's from Pittsford.
Oh, I've heard from you that there are rough parts of Pittsford, man. We got an apartment complex.
I don't even know.
Pittsford.
I wonder what the penalty is for making false 911 calls. I mean, that you could tack that on
Ooh,
there, too.
buddy.
Wait, that
You're in
much
trouble.
more than the illegal gun?
There's guns all over town. Guns go off constantly. I think I tripped over 2 coming in here.
I've never, we do a lot of crime stories. I've never seen an illegal gun story where the person didn't go to jail.
But usually they're tied to other things.
No.
Like drugs and other issues. Like this kid, he's just
We don't know what this gun's tied to.
And even if it's not tied, it's still an illegal gun.
I know.
Femoral artery in the leg. Thank you.
The who?
Femoral artery.
Femoral? You're not even
Femoral artery. Why, you think that's wrong?
Is that a big one?
You think that's wrong?
I don't know.
Oh, no, you just made fun of me. You think it's wrong?
Yeah, you're stupid. You're wrong.
My wife texted me that.
Well, then it's right.
Hold on, let me text my wife back.
It's always right. It's always right.
Hey, Nana, Tommy said you're stupid and wrong, and he wants to know if you want to go to Caraba's artery night, where if you're on your meds or off your meds or a kook or a nut, you get free breadsticks. Let's take a break.
All right.
Your Buffalo Bills, against all odds and every prediction except for one handsome, smart, bearded man, have one game for everything on Sunday.
Ooh.
And the route to the playoffs, at least getting in, is very simple. You win and you're in. And not only do you win, you are sitting pretty. This could be, Kimmy, the easiest path to a Super Bowl the Bills have had in the McDermott era.
Yeah, but what team is showing up for both sides of the ball?
Oh, my God.
We're already here.
What are we getting?
If the Bills don't handle business, things get complicated. And, Kimmy, there's already enough anxiety just with the game to make Bills fans poop their pants a little bit.
But come 1 o'clock, we got our answer.
Well, that's just it, Tommy.
What happened?
Come 1 o'clock, there will be no answer.
Wait, they canceled the game?
No. You might want to sleep in a little bit on Sunday.
All right.
And take Monday off. Because it's going to be a wild nighttime ride.
Ooh, boy.
And we'll get into it next here at the Break Room on 96.5 WCMF. Just like that,
What?
a 17-game season comes down to 60 minutes. A team that everyone in the NFL, and even some Bills fans, wrote off as pretenders 2 months ago.
Well, they were stinking.
Has an everything game against a team that was supposed to be the most dominant in the NFL. And for the Bills, it is very possible that this game will be a literal all-or-nothing affair.
How so?
You hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, we are back from our little break. How we missed you all so much. I'm not talking to you two, I'm talking to the listeners. Just after 7 o'clock this morning, it's rare that when you listen to this show, when we talk about crime, folks can relate to the crime stories we talk about.
Yeah.
This will be the one example where every single person listening to this show can relate to the man who was arrested.
Really?
And we'll tell you what happened at a very high-end place.
Ooh.
Just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Your Buffalo Bills are playing for the AFC East crown again on Sunday. With the Bills win against New England last weekend and the drubbing the Dolphins took at the hands of the Ravens, the final matchup of the regular season is not only for the division, but for the second seed in the AFC playoffs.
That's a big jump.
Meaning, Kimmy, if the Bills win, they will have gone from
sitting very pretty.
Well, okay, they are sitting pretty. We'll get to that. They'll have gone from 5-5 on November 13th to possibly every playoff game at home until the Super Bowl.
Really?
Yes.
Wait, they would have a home field?
There'd be the 2 seed. So here's how this would work.
Well, Baltimore's the number 1.
They are. The Bills would have the wild card game, and if they win that, the divisional game in Buffalo. The only way they would go on the road is if Baltimore advances to the AFC Championship.
Well, Baltimore looks pretty unstoppable.
Baltimore also traditionally folds in the playoffs. They did it against Buffalo.
Okay.
But there's an issue here.
Oh, that's the issue.
The Bills, as you said a second ago, Tommy, have yet to clinch a playoff spot. If they win, they're in. If they lose, they would need either the Steelers, who play a Ravens team that have nothing to play for, or the Bengals, who play a Browns team that have nothing to play for because they're locked in, to stumble and get them in.
Right.
So win, you're in. Lose, you need 2 teams that are playing 2 other teams that have no reason to play to lose. And there's even more good and bad with that.
Okay, what's that?
This Bills-Dolphins game, with everything on the line, as we all know, was flexed into prime time Sunday night at 8:20 p.m.
Damn.
Which means none of us are going to sleep that night.
Nope.
No.
Nobody is sleeping. However,
The nerves you're going to feel.
bro, well, it's the nerve, either the elation of I can't sleep, I'm too excited, or the anger of I can't believe that just happened, I can't sleep.
Yeah, I know.
The good with the primetime game, however, the Bills will know exactly what needs to be done for them to get in at kickoff.
They don't have to wait on anybody.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We'll have the scores of both other games before that game starts. Steelers playing on Saturday, Bengals play 1 o'clock on Sunday. So it is possible if something happens, the Bills will already have a wild card spot locked up.
Still a lot on the line, though. Still want that win regardless.
So let's talk about that. So just to recap real quick, because I know it can get a little confusing. The way it sits now, the Bills could be the 2 seed. They could be the 6 seed. They could be the 7 seed. They could miss the playoffs entirely.
Completely.
Yes. They control their own destiny, but you also have to beat a division rival in their own house in prime time after they were just embarrassed. You guys feeling good about Sunday?
No.
You're not. Why?
Because they stink.
Who does?
Josh Allen with his baby arm all of a sudden, like he's throwing 100 yards a game.
They won 5 of their last 6 games.
Yeah, but you can't be.
And
none
the
of
one
those
game they
wins
lost was in overtime to the
It
Raiders.
was very uncomfortable watching that game on Sunday with the Patriots. You can't tell me you felt like, wow, that's a dominant team.
I mean, I had no.
You were there.
Yeah, I had. I mean, the
I
defense
saw it on your
just
face.
the defense just looked so good.
Yes.
That it was kind of one of those things where, as frustrating as it was, you're still like, okay, like they're playing to the level of their opponent right now, and it's a divisional game, so it's kind of one of those just weird, fluky things that they got by.
Ugly win.
But I just think,
What?
they always play the Dolphins well.
The two losses Josh Allen has to the Dolphins are the 2 weirdest losses of all
Well,
time.
that one was the Heat game.
You got that, and everyone got hurt. And then you had the drop touchdown pass from Charles Clay. Those are his only 2 losses to Miami.
Right.
And by the way, if you're going to use a previous performance as why the Bills don't win, sure, that win against New England was not great.
No.
The Dolphins got blown out.
They got crushed. I don't know what that means. They got so embarrassed they're going to be pissed off.
And they have a ton of injuries now.
Yeah.
Ton of injuries. A ton.
All
right, let me ask you this question.
But you still got Tua and you got Tyreek.
Okay, great.
They're awesome.
They had him last week, too. How'd that go?
Well, they're taking a week off. Resting up for the big game.
Not like the Bills, though. Not like the Bills. Because Miami needed that game last week just as much as Buffalo needed it.
I was just going to ask, so what happens to the Dolphins if they lose?
6 seed.
Okay, but they're guaranteed a playoff
They
spot.
are guaranteed a playoff spot.
They are going to line up and execute the 72 Dolphins.
Take that, Mercury Morris.
I was just
That's
wondering.
how fast now are you, buddy?
Well, he's in his 70s.
I was just wondering what they're playing for on set. You know what I mean?
Well,
like what their motivation is.
They have a playoff spot locked up, but look at it this way.
So they're in the playoffs?
Miami's locked up a playoff spot. If they win, they are the 2
it's
seed.
much easier on them.
Same thing we just talked about with the Bills. If they lose, they got to go to Kansas City opening round.
Ooh.
So, yeah. I mean, if Miami would have won that game against Baltimore, they'd have had the 2 seed locked up already. They would have had the 1 seed. They would have had the first round bye. They blew it big time last week. So does that make them angry coming out against Buffalo?
That's what I'm saying. They fired up.
But here's the thing. Buffalo is a team that, you say whatever you want about them, they are forged in iron, battle tested. I mean, this is a team that's had playoff football the last couple of years.
Yeah.
Miami doesn't have that kind of experience.
True.
Right? I mean, they played one playoff game last year with a backup quarterback in Buffalo. Man. And Miami seems to fold down the stretch every single year, even before Coach Skateboard got there.
All right, so everything's going our way.
Well, not according to you, Mr. The Bills suck. 5 out of 6, the Bills suck. Shut up.
No, but you get all those turnovers, and then you end up
one turnover.
Kicking all those turnovers. They would get the ball in a great position, and they 3 and out.
It was, yeah.
Only
It was frustrating. Like I said, it was frustrating.
You get all those turnovers, and you get the ball. And
They
you
totally
don't do
puss
the ball.
out on it, man.
One thing I will say I've noticed about Coach Skateboard
But
leading up to this game. No, not as confident as he normally sounds, right? Like
he
no,
looks pretty stupid in those short pants now.
those capri shorts.
no,
What are you doing?
no fun T-shirts made going into this weekend's game, at least yet, right?
So they're all
I think
banged
he's
up.
learned his lesson.
All right.
They have a lot of injuries. They're missing 2 of their best defensive ends, which is, good for the Bills. They're down to their 3rd center, it looks like. It looks like Jalen Waddle, one of their star wide receivers, he's got a high ankle sprain. He could not go. Raheem Mostert, he missed the game on Sunday. He's dealing with an injury that he's having a hard time bouncing back from. He could not go. They're missing Xavier Howard, their corner. He looks like he's not going to be good to go on Sunday. I mean,
What about Jonesy in Washington?
the Bills are also...
Williams, he's good, right?
The Bills had Matt Milano and Tre'Davious White when they played the Dolphins the first time in Buffalo, so that's a major loss from them. But if we're going scratch for scratch here, Buffalo might be at the advantage injury-wise right now. So you got that going for us. All right, I'm going to ask you guys a question. All right. Again, 252 WCMF with this Dolphins-Bills game for the division and the 2nd seed in the AFC. Everything is riding on this game, flexing to primetime Sunday night. Kimmy, would you rather have the 6th seed for the Bills guaranteed with no chance of the division Sunday night, meaning you would play a meaningless game and then you would have 3 road games for a shot at the Super Bowl? Or would you rather have an only win and you're in, no other scenario, but you get the 2 seed if you win? Which would you rather have Sunday night?
That's a hard question. I think I still want to play for that 2 seed.
So you want lose and you're gone?
Yeah, I do, because that's a long that's a long playoff journey to take as a 6 seed.
At 2, you still got to play 3 games to get there. It's just where you're playing them.
Yeah, but I think I like the home field advantage more. I just, I want that for Bills fans.
All right, Tommy, Sunday night game doesn't mean anything, guaranteed 6 seed, or the only way you're in is 2 seed with a win, loss, you're out.
I'm with Kimmy.
You want to play for the 2 seed?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what you want, right?
All right, so the Bills have yet to win a road playoff game under Sean McDermott. Did you realize that?
No.
They're 4-1 at home in the playoffs under McDermott. They are 0-3 on the road. They had that loss to Houston, Josh's 2nd year, and then 2 losses in Kansas City. They've never won a road playoff game.
Wow. Ooh.
So I guess in that way,
Shawnee.
Shawnee?
Shawnee?
By the way, Patrick Mahomes has never won a road playoff game.
Has he played
He doesn't leave the house.
Exactly. That was another interesting game over the weekend. That Bengals-Chiefs game?
Yeah.
What is going on with the Chiefs, man? Because while we were on vacation, they lost at home to the Raiders.
They're an unpredictable team, for sure.
And we finally needed them to get a win, and they almost blew it against Cincinnati.
It looks like one of those teams that once they got too successful, it's like they're just falling apart.
Okay.
Like if I gotta watch a Kansas City game where every other commercial, Kansas City is in that commercial.
Yeah.
And then I got to see Taylor Swift 1,000 times a game.
Oh,
it
no,
almost
you're
looks like
Taylor Swift?
No,
Taylor
but
Swift?
I just think they got successful, and I think it changes you.
Well, I mean, it also doesn't help that you can't afford people because you got to start paying people. I mean, that also plays into it.
I understand, but looks like you're having a lot of fun.
Well, yeah, when you win 2 Super Bowls in 3 years, you get to have a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'd take it.
But you got to be like Tom Brady. You got to sleep in a tube and kiss your son on the mouth.
Put that on a bumper sticker next to your Project Exile.
That's how Lombardi would preach to the Green Bay Packers.
You gotta kiss him on the mouth.
Now get your tubes and go to bed.
No, I mean, the way it's working out, unless something crazy happens, we're going to see Patrick Mahomes have to play his first road playoff game ever.
Ooh.
I mean, unless they lose at home. Or...
Does he even have luggage?
Well, no, I take it. It doesn't matter. We got a long road to go here before we start working this stuff out. I mean, I don't know what I'm going to do with myself on Sunday.
I don't know.
Well, no,
we're going to be watching you're going to be invested in the earlier games.
It's going to start Saturday night because the Steelers game is
that when they
Saturday
play
night. Yeah.
Oh.
So that's the way. I mean, if the Steelers lose, the Bills are good. Mm-hmm. If the Browns lose at 1, the Bills are good. But I want that 2 seed, and I want it bad.
Sure, I think everybody does.
And it would feel so like. I guess what makes it more stressful, like the playoffs are one thing, right? The 2 seed's another. Because as Kimmy said, it would be the easiest road to the Super Bowl the Bills will have had since McDermott has been here, right? They've had the 2 seed before, but Kansas City was the 1, and you knew you were going to have to go to Kansas City to play. The Bills can win in Baltimore. I feel they can. And there's no guarantee that Baltimore's there anyway. We haven't had a home AFC championship game since 1993.
That Lamar looks pretty good.
I love Lamar Jackson.
My God.
I love watching Lamar Jackson.
Yeah.
I also watched him throw a 104-yard house call pick 6 to lose the game for the Ravens in Buffalo in the playoffs.
All right.
He's won a playoff game.
Right.
He's going to win the MVP. He's going to get his second MVP. He's won a playoff game. Just saying.
Okay. All right. See.
Josh Allen wins playoff games.
Yeah, he does. He also loses some.
On the road.
Yes.
Not at home. Where they will be played.
All right.
If they win on Sunday night. But what makes it even more stressful past the playoffs, it's Miami.
Sure.
Because Dolphins fans the last 2 years, and you think they'd have learned their lesson last year, right? Like you run your mouth, we're dominant, blah, 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 and then the wheels fall off. I had an interaction with a Dolphins fan, and God, I hope I find this guy again someday.
What happened?
It was on the Bills bye week. I was hanging out at the Bill Gray's Tap Room in North Greece. Wonderful joint. I highly recommend you go and hang out there. And the Dolphins fans, they're watching this game, their Dolphins game. And I had my Bill stuff on, and I'm walking out. And he starts making fun of me. He was this fat, bald guy, probably in his 60s, I would guess.
Wait, you ran into your dad?
No, my dad has super spiky hair. Balloons be damned. And he starts talking crap about the Bills. And I go, you know what's going to happen. And this is when the Bills were 3 games back. He goes, no. I go, you know, it happens every year. You know what's going to happen. And we are Sunday away from that happening. And if the Bills pull this off, no Dolphins fan will speak for 9 months. If the Bills blow this, it was all for nothing.
Be prepared.
All right.
Like, that's what I'm more stressed about than the
Dolphins
actual
fan?
playoffs.
The interactions you're going to have.
Just the Dolphins, period. Right? Because Dolphins fans don't really exist.
No.
Like, if the Dolphins...
Well, not up here, no. They actually don't really exist in Miami.
That's what I'm saying. If the Dolphins lose this game, all Dolphins fans then put on their Lakers hats and they go about their business and pretend they never had anything to do with this stuff, right? That's what makes this game more stressful.
Okay. Plus, Miami's a great team to hate because of the town, the whole situation down there.
Well, and how about the...
Because they have everything, right? The weather's great. They have the beaches. They got the fun in the sun. And, like, you're sitting up here looking at dreary-ass weather.
I've been to Miami. Doesn't do it for me.
I also feel like...
Yeah, I wonder why all those people go down there.
To get away from murder raps in Michigan and then throw people in garbage compactors and where you're working.
One guy.
I also feel like Pat and I grew up in a time where all of a sudden all these kids started to cling to the Dolphins because of Dan Marino.
Yeah.
No. That's what I've told you this, and I stand by
Well,
this.
he's a handsome guy.
But I just feel like there was like all of a sudden this new wave of Dolphins fans coming up when I was like in elementary school.
Kids our age that chose the Dolphins as their favorite team did it because they were born without a personality. Like, nothing about them was remarkable, and they needed attention, so they were, look at me now, I got teal stuff on, guys. Hey, check me out. All right, so we will be all over this game live Sunday night here on CMF.
Oh, boy.
Bills Dolphins for every last marble.
Wow.
All right, so just after 7:30, we have to get into what the hell happened early yesterday morning out in front of the Kodak Center on Ridge Road.
Yeah, 'cause they still don't have all the answers, right?
No, but the FBI is in town trying to figure it out.
Yeah.
So we'll get to that. But before we get there, Tommy, when we tell crime stories on this show, most of the time, you, me, Kimmy, and everyone listening can't relate to the person accused.
Yes.
In this story specifically, 99.9% of people will absolutely be able to relate to the charge that he's facing.
Damn.
And it happened at a high-end place on the east side.
Damn.
We'll tell you all about it next here at the Break Room on 96.5 WCMF. There are some crimes we cover on this show. Excuse me. I'm sorry. I'm just getting over a cold. And I laughed and I blew snot out of my face. Welcome back.
Yes.
There are some crimes we cover on this show that people simply cannot relate to. Most of us will never steal a car, rob a store, stab someone, right? However, this story, as bad as the allegations might be, is something everyone can relate to. Because there are those days at work where your coworkers will push you right up to the edge. And some folks, Tommy,
Yeah, what happened?
they snap. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, we are back. We are live. We missed you so much. Did I get all of it? Is there any in my mustache?
Yeah, oh, gross.
Oh,
That was disgusting.
God,
I didn't
man.
mean to. Look,
I know,
man.
I understand.
Is anybody
Like
not
working with a
I can see it from
chimpanzee.
here.
Is anybody not sick right now?
I'm not sick.
I'm good.
No,
I
you're
think.
sick.
No. You know why I'm not sick? Because I drink. It's like antiseptic.
Okay.
Look at my mustache. I'm nice.
Just after 7:25, 7:30, we have to get into this bizarre story from the first moments of 2024 that happened early yesterday morning outside the Kodak Center. We'll get to it just after 7:25, 7:30 here in the break room on CMF. This story happened at one of the nicest places in town, Tommy.
Where would that be?
But the allegation's not so nice. Man from Fairport was arrested after police say he assaulted one of his coworkers while on the job at a restaurant at Eastview Mall.
Oh.
Wait, he was working at...
He was an employee at said restaurant at Eastview Mall.
And he's a Fairport kid.
Yeah, from Fairport. Well, he's 35 years old.
Right. Well, it's a kid to me.
It's not.
Right.
I had 2 kids and a mortgage. So the 35-year-old man allegedly struck 2 coworkers last Thursday afternoon. Now, both coworkers had to be transported to the hospital.
Oh, man.
To be
deadly.
Treated for their injuries. No.
Could have been deadly.
The man was arrested, charged with 2 counts of assault in the 3rd degree. He's got a court date coming up. Now, obviously, this story is terrible, and we hope that the people that were hurt, they're going to be okay. That being said, is there a person in this room or listening to this show right now who at some point in their professional life hasn't thought about punching a coworker right in the face?
Oh, sure.
Anybody want to stand and be like, no, I never even thought about it in my life? Because you're lying while you lie. Like, now, most folks will never do it.
No.
But can you honestly say...
you have those people that push your buttons to the point of, now I'm shut down.
Yeah. Like, whether it's a fantasy, whether it's a way to stop something bothering you from happening, whether it's a way to teach someone a lesson you think they need to learn, you can't choose who you work with, which is hard.
No, true.
Considering most folks spend more time with their coworkers than their family, I'm going out on a limb. And I'm saying the people who have considered assaulting a coworker has to be minimum 99%.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I can remember because back in the old days when I worked in the grocery business in the Deep South, saw a lot of fights. And, there was no HR back then, so either they got fired or you went back to work.
Sure.
But I can remember, like, certain guys that were getting punched, and you're going, yeah, that guy so deserved it. But, like, nobody was going to step in.
Those who went to the Tommy Muley This Is Your Life at 3 Heads 2 weeks ago, didn't you get assaulted multiple times at your job?
Yeah.
We've recapped it all.
Yeah, I got thrown into a
there.
bone barrel. Upside down. With my hat on.
Was that what you called your Saturday night? Getting thrown into a bone barrel?
No, I didn't know your mom, man.
Why would she have a bone? Look.
Oh, she had a bone, son.
Shut up. Okay.
She had a hold of bones.
Man, I missed you.
No, but there was all those guys. Like I have a terrible memory of stuff, but I remember some of their names even.
People you wanted to punch in the face?
Yeah, there was this one kid, Mifflin, and he was from Detroit, and he never shut up. And I remember him he got jumped after work.
By coworkers?
Yes. And, yeah, like 2 guys, because he wouldn't shut up.
Wait, they jumped him because he wouldn't shut up?
They hit him over the head with a ketchup bottle that he had in his bag because he had grocery shopped. He was walking home.
A glass ketchup bottle?
Yeah.
Holy crap!
And they left him there.
That's terrible.
No, everybody loved it.
No, but it wasn't even like a spur of the moment. Oh, you make me so mad, I'm going to punch you. That was like a planned attack.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they jumped him.
Yeah, they waited till after work. And here's the best part. He had money on him because we got paid cash back in. They didn't even take his money. They just wanted to just shut up. That's when you know your coworkers hate you. They assault you and leave your wallet.
All right. Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. With this story that a 35-year-old man from Fairport was arrested for assaulting allegedly 2 coworkers at a restaurant at Eastview Mall while he was working there. This story specifically, there was something I am dying to know.
What's that?
So News 8 describes the initial incident as a disturbance, and then the man allegedly assaulting his 2 coworkers. Did he attack both of them? Was there a fight between he and one other, and then another coworker stepped in, and that person ended up getting assaulted? Because if the allegations are true, that little detail is very important. Some may understand 2 coworkers getting into an argument and it coming to blows, and that happens, especially, Tommy, in the food service industry.
Oh, sure.
However, if a person at your job just started assaulting everyone all willy-nilly,
Like a rampage.
that's an insane person.
Yeah.
And yes, they're still nuts if they decide to throw a punch at one specific person, but to just run from coworker to coworker punching people is a special kind of insane.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right? Is it on you to step in if you see a coworker assaulting someone you work with?
No.
No.
I would say you don't get involved.
Yeah.
It's only going to complicate things for you.
Okay.
Right?
The third guy in never wins.
Well, that's a 10-minute game misconduct.
Because you're kind of picking a side by doing so, right?
Well, you could
or
just...
people would assume.
And
that
it's not your fight. So you're not going to be as invested as the other 2 people that are tangling right now. You're trying to be the hero in the situation.
Well, there's being a hero, and then there's, hey, I would like to get back to work, and I don't want to watch somebody bleed out on the floor.
Okay, yeah, there is.
Right, like, it's
but
amazing.
that's not motivation, really.
That's not motivation? I don't want to see someone bleed out on the floor?
No. Like, the guys that are fighting are pissed. They're angry. You're trying to break it up. It never works, man. So just call the cops, call a boss. I don't know, but
call the cops on a fight. That fight's going to be over for 15 minutes by the time the cops get there.
Then it'll be settled.
Oh, my God. What if something terrible happens?
Well, then they'll call an ambulance.
For God's sakes, man. So you're just going to sit there and watch a coworker
No, I'm
get
leaving.
assaulted?
I'm out of the room.
You're walking out of the room.
Oh, yeah. I have.
Okay.
I will. And I do it again.
I'm waiting for Kimmy is answering phone calls. No, because I want to ask Kimmy a question that I think is going to change your perspective on this whole thing.
Because it's happened to me, man.
Oh, shut up.
No, I got my ass kicked, and the kid I thought was going to step in, he got knocked out. The other kid was laying next to me. I said, oh, Jesus, he's next to me.
Wait, he got knocked out?
So when I was getting beat up by that at the dumpster.
Yeah. Where you mean your first apartment?
Yes, the guy was hitting me. And the back of my head was hurting because my head was hitting the dumpster, and I was so dizzy I didn't realize what was happening. So this kid that stepped in, I'm looking up. One punch, you're down. Like the kid's down next to me.
He did try to help.
I mean,
there's no help, man.
I'll give that kid credit.
I don't.
At least, but he didn't
do
have to
your
get
job
involved at all.
Hey, hero boy, maybe like duck.
All right, I'll ask this question because both of you say don't step in.
Yeah, I'm a coward.
All right, Kimmy, let's say that you come in the studio,
Yeah.
and someone from upstairs has Tommy in a headlock, and he's just feeding him uppercuts.
Yeah.
Like his tiny feet are being punched off of the floor. You're getting a gleam in the shine of his tiny shoes. Do you feel like you have to stop that?
Only if, like, I know his clothes are about to be ripped, because I think that's what he would be the most upset about. Don't touch the shacket. Leave the shacket.
No, but let's say
no,
it was
I'm not getting involved. I'll probably run around and yell, be like, "Hey, somebody help Tommy!"
But by the way, whatever, somebody help what? Tommy. Oh, and everybody leaves.
Oh, by the way, we have a female boss. It'd be a fair fight. You guys could have a cat fight.
Bro, she would kick the crap out of you.
No, well, let's say she's beating me up.
Yeah.
Kimmy could step in, pull her off me.
If it's a female, would you
like
step
our boss?
No, I'm not. I don't want to get physical with anybody. And I don't want. What if I hurt you?
That was in her marriage.
What if I hurt you in the process of trying to help you?
You hurt me every day. You got a big smile on your face. You crush me emotionally.
Just based on the way you just treated the kid that got knocked out. What? You broke my leg. What? You didn't even try hard enough. What are you doing?
All right, so you're telling me then if I come in and I watch some dude just feeding you shots, you get your ass kicked, and I walk out of here, you're okay with that?
Oh, no, big hero boy over here. Leader in the hallway, Pat Duffy.
Well, I wouldn't want to keep
You had to step in.
Before this conversation, I would think it's on me to keep my friend from getting his ass kicked, but you say I'm allowed to walk out the door, so enjoy your concussion, dick. By the way, guy could go home, throw a punch, from there, give you a concussion here, that giant forehead. 252 WCMF, folks, been waiting patiently. We're talking about this 35-year-old man working at a restaurant in Eastview Mall was arrested last Thursday after allegedly assaulting two coworkers. Those two coworkers ended up in the hospital. We hope they're okay.
Yeah.
But this might be the most relatable crime story we've ever had because everybody has at least fantasized about feeding a knuckle sandwich to a coworker, right? Let's talk to Bill. Oh, sorry. Tell me my phone is not working since we're back. Kimmy, could you hit one, please? Thank you. Billy Boy, what's going on?
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
How you guys been?
We're living, better than you, it sounds. Jesus.
Hey, when I was 17, I worked for a chef that he was a great chef, but he was horrible with people. And the one night I can tell this one waitress was really getting under his skin, and he snapped. Instead of going around the kitchen line, he jumps on top of the kitchen line, grabs a hotel pan, and as he's coming down the other side, it was just like a WWF thing, smacks her up across the head.
Wait, with a pan?
Hotel pan.
With a big-ass pan?
With a hotel pan. Completely knocked her out. And I'm 17 at the time. I didn't know what to do. And by the time it all ended, he was going out in cuffs and she was going out in an ambulance.
Oh, my God, that poor woman.
What about the orders?
It was yeah, we had to put everything on hold.
I'm waiting on my chicken parm over here.
I know,
it comes in a hotel pan, whatever that is.
That brings up an interesting question. Like, how many people do you think were pissed at that restaurant, even if they were told what happened?
The chef's gone,
yeah. They were mad.
Oh, my
God.
God.
Because they couldn't get their food.
Oh, Bill,
the
holy
70s.
Cow. Bill, thanks for the call, buddy.
I'll never forget it.
How could you not?
When I was 17. Billy, have a good day, buddy. Thanks for the call.
Hey, great seeing you guys. Glad you're back.
Yeah, yep. Take care. There goes Bill. Kimmy, my phone's not working.
Yeah.
Could you hang up on Bill? Thank you. I'm sorry. Hanging up on people is my favorite thing to do, and I can't do it. Happy 2024, everybody.
There you go.
All right, so you guys on hold. Sit tight for a second. All right. Here's the other thing you have to think about.
What's that?
Because both of you said I'm not stepping in to help if I'm watching a coworker being assaulted. Whether or not you step in could also depend on if you think that coworker deserves it.
And that's probably, because your mind's immediately going to jump to a conclusion.
Right.
Whether or not it's that person said something or did something to deserve this, or that's an aggressive dick taking their anger out on an innocent person.
Exactly. Like, for example, if let's use Tommy getting his ass kicked again because it's a great visual everyone enjoys. Let's say we're at mid-show and somebody comes in and punches Tommy for not replying to an email or something like that. You have to step in. That's insane.
Yeah.
But if I just watched you insult a coworker of ours over and over to his face until
and the guy snaps.
Yeah. That water's a little more murky.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Because you do deserve that.
Right, and I've had, in the radio business, coworkers snap on me. Like scream at me down the hall, into the bathrooms and stuff like that.
Yeah, but you don't know when to shut up.
And nobody did anything. Like, they just sat there and let it all happen. But I also worked on a show full of cowards.
Okay. But
That's the great thing about morning radio. It's just chock full of cowards and wusses.
No, you're right. Like, we did have a discussion at a meeting one time, like, if something bad were to happen, who's stepping in? And it was all the morning show people, and everyone just sat there quietly.
Yeah, there's no men in mornings.
One guy, I'll say this, Moose, who works down the hall, was in a drugstore when somebody walked in and shoplifted a bunch of stuff off the counter. And he told the story that he thought about stopping the guy, and he told it as a hero story. Yeah. So he stops the story, and I go, well, did you stop him? He ran right by him. And he goes, well, no. I go, wait a minute. You just spent 5 minutes telling a story about what a hero you are, and you let him run by? Well, yeah, I wasn't going to stop him.
But he thought about it.
He thought about stopping.
Any guy with a radio name can't do a goddamn thing. Like, the Love Doctors are not going to save you.
The most complicated part about where you step in with a coworker getting their ass kicked is how it plays out afterwards, right? Because the person who assaulted your coworker is almost always losing their job.
Yeah.
But you still have to work with the folks who you watched get their ass kicked. For example, again, we'll use Tommy getting his ass kicked. Tommy, if Kimmy stood there and observed you taking 15 uppercuts in a headlock.
Wait. Let me get a video.
That's going to change your relationship with her.
Yeah.
There is going to be resentment. So for you to sit here and say, don't do anything, may be the wrong take, because if I have to continue working with that person who I stood watching get assaulted, they have a right to be angry with me.
Yeah, they do. But you also got to go back to work. You got to play nice.
No, but that person, You would be upset with that person for being upset that you didn't try to stop them from pain?
I guess I never really thought about it that way. Because like every
You've
time,
only had 60 years on this planet.
no, but I remember when that chick punched me.
Which one?
The one when I was eating I had the donut and the coffee in the break room, an actual break room.
Oh, this is the one where you were breaking down terrible sex you had with her. Okay, great.
And she came in and she punched me, and I went down for the count. Like everybody just sat there and laughed.
Well,
we all went back to work. Like I had to go back into that meat room. She's wrapping the meat that I'm cutting, and everybody's laughing and just giggling, and they were just having a good old time. And just had to take it
all to yourself.
What's
you
that?
created that situation.
Again, yeah.
Not really.
Everybody stood by and watched this all happen. They all knew the full story.
It wasn't totally my fault. Some kid narked on the story that I told.
You could just not run your mouth.
But it was a good story. I was even doing like the pig noises. I was selling it. I was killing.
252 WCMF. We'll take one more call talking about this 35-year-old Fairport man arrested after allegedly assaulting two co-workers while working last Thursday at a restaurant at Eastview Mall. Ben's got the last word on CMF. Kimmy, could you help me here? I'm sorry. Hey, Ben, what's up, buddy?
Not much. How you guys doing?
Good,
what's
buddy.
up,
Good to hear from you. Happy New Year.
Yeah. By the way, that show for Tommy was absolutely epic. It was worth it.
Ben,
Yeah,
thank
but you don't really know entertainment, so.
By the way, if you were not able to make it out to Three Heads or you made it after the 90 minutes before we sold the place out, I'm sorry. You can watch the entire thing. Our engineer Derek managed to stream it, and it is up on our YouTube page, the Breakroom WCMF. It is all there, and we curse, which I think people found very interesting. That was all the comments. Well, you said the F word.
That wasn't surprising to me at all. But anyways, Tommy deserved his beating he got from that chick, 100%.
Okay.
But so years ago, I used to work at Mott's. It was probably like my early 20s. Mott's is out in Williamson. They make all the applesauce, just so people know. We used to hear stories. I don't know. There's stupid people out there who don't know. Where's Mott's? It's in Williamson. But anyway, we used to hear stories on a regular basis that I did know the old plant manager. That guy would get regular beatings from people because he was such an ass to people. So
wait, he had a regular ass kicking like on schedule from his coworkers.
Pretty much, because he was that big of a dick to everybody that worked there. And it was like that. I think those went back to the 80s, from what I understood.
And that's the 1880s.
Well, it's out in Williamson, but they opened up the Mott's plant. I don't know if you
Well,
know
did you hear
this.
what happened when he was working out there, Ben?
Wait, with Ben?
Yeah. So Ben gets called into the boss's office one day.
Whoa.
And he goes, hey, Ben, because you like apples? He goes, yeah, man, I love apples. Punches Ben right in the mouth.
Yeah?
He goes, hey, how you like them apples? Oh, my God, I don't like apples anymore. It hurts too much.
First day of the year. I mean, we'll get better. We got 363 more of these. Ben, great call, buddy. Good to see you last couple weeks ago. Thanks for coming out. We appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem.
All right, Ben. There goes Ben. Did you hang up on him or did I?
I pushed the button too, so
Okay.
we don't know.
Well, this is exciting. Let's take a break.
All right.
It's one day into the new year.
Mm-hmm.
And we may already have the weirdest story of 2024.
Yes.
And we're going to go through all the details that we have here. And it is important to understand there are details that we know.
Yes.
And there are details that are being speculated. And those things seem to get mishmashed all over social media since this went down yesterday. Because anytime something of this magnitude happens, people are going to take interest.
Right.
And then the weirder it gets, the more people are going to make assumptions. So we'll get through the whole thing. But if this is what people think it is, why the FBI is in town in the first place, what could have been the idea behind what this person had planned?
Yes.
And we'll get into all of it. Next in the break room, 96.5 WCMF. It's the second day of the year, and we may already have the strangest story in Rochester of 2024.
Yeah.
Because what went down in the first hours of the new year on Ridge Road in front of the Kodak Center now has federal agents in town investigating. And no matter what the reason found for what could have been going on, it's hard to understand why our city is a place this person or these folks would have had these plans in.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF, we are back. We are live. We're mostly put together.
Yeah.
So we got that going for us.
I'm feeling good.
No, you look great.
I'm ready to go.
You look fantastic.
Thank you.
No, I've missed that.
You too.
No, like it. I mean this with all due respect because, I love you. I forgot how ugly you were.
I didn't forget how ugly you were. It stayed. It's burnt in my mind.
Let's jump right into this story. And it's a story that's been front page news for 48 hours now, with folks having been off yesterday that may have missed it, not paying attention to the news. Just before 1 a.m. on New Year's Day, concert goers were leaving a Moe show at the Kodak Center on Ridge Road 104. A car accident happened right at the crosswalk while folks were leaving, and it was a bad one. One car, a Ford Expedition,
Something like that. SUV.
yeah, burst into flames. That fire took the fire department an hour to put out. The accident pushed cars into a group of pedestrians and then into two other vehicles. When it was all said and done, 2 people were killed, 5 people were injured. And it seems like a terrible accident because you guys, we follow the news. When I saw this initially, I assumed that it was like a New Year's Eve drinking and driving accident, right?
Yeah.
But then we got some more details. Authorities say there were at least a dozen gasoline cans in and around the Ford Expedition. And it was enough for the bomb squad and arson task force to have to respond to the accident. Then we found out the driver of the Ford Expedition was not from Rochester. They were a Syracuse resident.
Yeah.
And the Ford, according to reports, wasn't even their car. Multiple stations here in town are reporting that the driver of the SUV drove their personal car to the Syracuse airport to rent this Expedition. And that ended up full of gas cans in this accident on New Year's Day. And when we say gas cans, based on the explosion, they seem like they were full of gas.
I would assume.
Is that fair? Okay. So there are a lot of questions, and it turns out more than just folks in Rochester want answers to. The FBI is now involved. The story made national news yesterday. And because of the strange circumstances and the fact that the feds are in town, folks are starting to say the word terrorism.
Yeah.
Now, it is important that we pause the story here because there is no solid proof that's what went down here or what could have been going down had this accident not occurred. Because let's not forget, Tommy.
What's up?
It was just a few weeks ago, there was that accident at the border in Niagara Falls where folks up front were sure terrorism was involved. Until we found out it was simply a tragic car accident. And a lot of people panicked and a lot of people got scared. And we don't want to get swept into that stuff until things have gotten proven.
Absolutely.
That being said, what would be the reason for someone from out of town to come to Rochester on New Year's Day with an SUV full of gasoline? And if terrorism was the idea, what target in our area could have been here?
I mean, I guess the first one would be that said concert as it was people were leaving.
Okay.
Like he was going to pull a move there.
Okay, but I mean, and I'm just talking out loud here because obviously this is a tragedy.
Yeah.
Obviously, right? There's not a debate. But if your idea is to cause a scene where there's like massive loss of life.
Like, yeah, you crash it into the building or something. Yeah,
but like why would you drive all the way to Rochester for a Moe show at the Kodak Center?
Yeah.
I would think especially on New Year's Eve, within driving distance, there's a whole bunch of more targets that would, if terrorism is your idea, seem like better. And what I mean when I say better targets.
If they're not from here, maybe they thought the Kodak Center was a bigger venue.
You could just Google it.
I don't know.
Yeah, true.
Just, that seems strange to me. So, and I guess the other debate comes, the other question becomes, was their intention to do what they did on Sunday night into Monday morning? Or was that something they didn't mean to do while they were on their way to try and do something else, if they were even trying to do something in the first place?
Because they said it was a car accident, right? Well, one car hit the other car, they explode.
You got it.
And I think was one of them an Uber
Yes.
They are saying the Mitsubishi that was involved in the accident that was hit initially was an Uber. That's being reported. Yeah.
So it's a car accident, but all of this gas is in there. Why?
Yes. So, like, it just seems strange. And I guess nothing's out of the question at this point that this person would rent a car, drive all the way from Syracuse, fill it with gasoline to simply get in an intentional car accident out in front of a concert at 12:50 in the morning. Right? Mm-hmm. And going with this terrorism idea, and again, nothing has been proven. They're doing the investigation. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Were they passing through Rochester to get to another location?
So where would you be going? You're going in that direction on Ridge Road, right?
Yeah,
He's heading west.
Yeah.
Past that, there's nothing.
No, were they headed west or were they going east?
No.
They were going west.
I look like they were going west.
But that would make sense. If they were coming from the east, they were headed west on 104. And maybe the idea was, I don't want to go down 90 with a truck full of gasoline, so I'll take the back roads?
But what were you going to do with it?
I don't know.
Where are you going?
I don't know. Maybe where they go, I don't know.
Because once you get past the Kodak Center, there's really nothing there.
Well, you head
there's
towards
just shops.
You head towards
maybe
Buffalo.
I was going to say maybe Rochester.
Right.
Canada? I don't know. Like, could this have been a personal vendetta that they were trying to settle and they got stopped here on the way? Could there be revenge on someone or something? Like, that's what's so bizarre about this story. It doesn't make any sense.
So, I've heard, according to what I heard this morning, there was a suicide note.
Okay.
So that could be it.
So you drove out of town to be away from
But
people
again,
that care about you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But here's the weirdest part of
Why
this.
this time and place?
Yeah, exactly. Here's the weirdest part of the story.
Yeah.
Again, talking about this accident on 104 Ridge Road yesterday in front of the Kodak Center. 2 people dead, 5 people injured. 1 car burst into flames. The driver of the expedition is alive.
That's amazing when you see the fiery car going by. Like, I don't know how that guy lived.
There's video I saw accidentally yesterday of the driver getting out of the car on fire. And do not go find it.
But it's amazing he's alive.
It's deeply disturbing.
Yeah.
Now they're in...
Yeah, I was going
I'm
to
sure
say,
critically.
Yeah, life-threatening injuries. We don't know their status. There's no guarantee they survive, but it's possible that the authorities get to talk to them at some point to try and figure out what the hell happened here. And like any loss of life, without saying, is tragedy. But like, if this person was trying to do something,
Meant to do so.
yes, and they're the ones that end up walking away, surviving, when 2 other people are dead.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the most slap in the face.
Yeah.
I mean, like, if you had a plan, you didn't have to take other people.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, I don't. And, like, the thing that sucks the hardest about this is this morning you have families that are grieving the loss of loved ones, right? You have folks that have been very hurt physically and emotionally in the incident.
Yeah.
And those folks, until we get a rock-solid answer about what happened, are going to be exposed to people nonstop speculating about what happened.
And you may never get the answers you want anyway.
Exactly. If this person dies, what happened could die with them. Like, I mean, Tommy, you know this. Grieving a loved one is hard. When you lose them out of nowhere, it's harder.
Yeah.
When the death of that person is front page news, you can't get away from it.
It's an international story.
Exactly. And until there is some sort of, this is what we think happened here, these people that are mourning their loved ones and these folks that were hurt in this accident are going to have to keep reliving it every single time they get on their phone, they turn on the TV, they walk by a newsstand.
And it happened New Year's Day, right?
Yeah, it happened at 12:50 in the morning.
So you'll always be reminded.
Yes, this is going to be one of those things, you're right, that shows up every single year.
Yeah.
All right, we do have reports now that multiple outlets are saying the drivers died.
Oh, he did. Okay.
And I'm sorry, I got all the information I got this morning at 4:30 in the morning, and I know this is like a moving story right now. Thanks for the heads up there. I appreciate that. So, again, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. We're talking about that incident that happened out in front of the Kodak Center, 12:50 in the morning on New Year's Day. Again, it was a Mo concert. Folks were leaving. A Ford Expedition gets in an accident with what is being called an Uber Mitsubishi. 2 people were killed in the accident. 5 people were injured. The car... Expedition, which came from Syracuse as a rented vehicle, was full of, as police were saying, at least a dozen gasoline cans that burst into flames immediately.
It looked like something you see in a movie. The only way I was like, I'm waiting for Tom Cruise to come flying through on a motorcycle.
Bro, you're not kidding. Like, the other thing I can't get out of my head,
What's that?
like going from... Life's a series of moments, right? And I think we've all had those situations in our lives where something is going great, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, it turns.
Yeah.
Think about the people walking out of that show that witnessed what happened.
Oh.
Because you just had this amazing show with a band you love.
Yeah, you love.
Right? It's New Year's Day. This is your year, 2024. And in front of your face, you witness this horrific scene.
Yes. The ultimate buzzkill.
How? Well, yeah, understatement of the century.
Because think of it, it's New Year's Eve. You just saw a show.
Yeah.
Maybe with your lady, you're gonna go home, have a nice night.
Sure.
Right? And oh my God.
Yeah. And it happens right in front of your face. Right in front of your face. What do you do after that?
Nothing.
I mean, how do you go home? How do you go to bed? How
No,
do you wake up?
you're gonna be up all night talking about it.
Oh my God. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's talk to Kathy. She's on CMF. Hey, Kathy, what's going on? Kathy, you there?
Yes, I am. Good morning, guys.
Good.
Happy New Year.
Thank you. How you doing?
Very good. With New Year's being so busy, a lot of places have shows that go on just after, because at New Year's, what show are you going to go to? You got to make decisions. Going west, there's stuff going on with, there's a Star Wars event going on with an orchestra. You watch the movie, and the orchestra, I think it's the Rochester Philharmonic, is playing the score.
Okay.
And that's going to be a huge event. I mean, my son's going to it tomorrow with friends of ours, very wonderful friends. But, I mean, there's a lot of things that are still going on just after the New Year's.
Okay. So what's your thought?
My thought is if he was heading west, there's a lot of stuff going on in Buffalo. I mean, Buffalo is one of the biggest ball drops in the country.
Well, I mean, if they were doing if the ball drop was the idea, he was in Rochester.
He was too late.
Yeah, 12:50. He would have missed it by 2 hours.
Right. But what if
Yeah,
that
I say
wasn't
he.
his
Was it a
final
he? Do we know?
destination, and he was actually headed another place for another time, because everybody's on high alert for New Year's. No one ever thinks about the day after.
Okay, I mean, that's possible. Again, I feel even guilty speculating about
Any
everything.
terrorists out there, there's your tip for the day.
Well, I mean, look, I don't think you have to give terrorists. Hey, Kathy, thanks for the call. I really appreciate it.
Well, I guess you weren't thinking it through.
Well, no, but I mean, look, in the defense of Kathy, this thing came so out of nowhere, and it is so inexplicable.
Right.
I mean, it's
just to your point, it's just a weird spot off the beaten path. If you're passing through Rochester, that's not a passing through area.
So then, if it was the intention, why that place?
Right.
Why then? Why?
Mm-hmm.
Why?
And again, if this person passed, you left with a note, and I guess they're going to go through all his stuff back in, if he's from Syracuse.
Yeah.
I guess the FBI goes through all that stuff, right?
Yeah, I would think so.
And don't forget, that guy's got family.
Yeah.
They have to live with that too now.
You're right. They're not involved in that in any way, right? Like whatever the decision. That's a great point. And
they got to live with it, and it's completely out of their control.
No, you're right, and I think that gets lost in a lot of these stories because if this person did this intentionally, obviously, like that person's a monster.
Yes.
Right. But it's their mother, their father, their brother, their sister, their friends. They didn't have anything to do with this,
and they're going to have to answer questions.
And you're mourning the death of this person.
Yeah, it's your kid
who you care about, while also knowing they may have done this horrific thing. Like how do you deal with that?
Yeah.
Jeez. And all because somebody may have wanted to leave.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, look, you can leave. You don't have to do it like this.
No.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Kimmy. Can you help me out here? I'm sorry, my phone is not working. Jimmy is on CMF. Hey, Jimmy, what's up, buddy?
Hey, you mentioned, like, how do you move on? How do you go home? Those people are the lucky ones. They were able to walk away. That's what you say. Thank God I'm alive and I'm able to. I saw a real bad accident once, and I thought to myself afterwards, hey, I'm okay. I'm the lucky one.
No, I understand what you're saying, and that's a good way to look at it, Jimmy. But let's
you're still traumatized. You saw something traumatic.
And, Jimmy, there are people that were walking across that crosswalk who were just missed.
Yeah.
Right? There were people who were going to pull out after that Mitsubishi, who it could have been them had that Mitsubishi not been there. And I guess what I'm asking, Jimmy, is when you're reflecting on what happened, because you're going to, how do you reconcile the idea opposite of I'm alive, why am I alive? Why was it them and not me?
You just say, thank God my number wasn't up. God didn't want me. That's how you move on. You say, God did not want me, I guess. I don't know.
All right, look, Jimmy, I get it. I get what you're trying to say. But then again, why did God want them? Like, you know what I'm saying? If you want to go that route, like, there's so many unanswered questions for the rest of my life, and I just witnessed it, right?
Yeah.
Yep. Oh, yeah. It's scary, for sure.
All right, Jimmy, thanks for the call, buddy. Jimmy says it's scary.
Scary.
It is scary.
Yep.
All right, so we sit and we wait.
Yeah.
And, I mean, look, man, this could take weeks
Yeah.
to sort out.
Oh yeah.
And look, everyone, just before you start, again, I don't mean to sound like everyone's dad. I'm sorry. It's just we've seen stuff like this happen 1,000 times.
Yeah.
Before you share anything on social media, before you tell your friend what you heard, make sure it comes from someone who knows what the hell they're talking about.
Like Jimmy. Everybody knows Jimmy.
Just keep in mind, man, there are people that lost family members, right? There are people that could be injured for life because of this. Just make sure.
I think people will be cool on the X and everything. I think everybody would be good.
The X? We're calling it the X now?
The X. Yeah. People are good.
Actually, people are not good.
What would you hear?
Well, no, this story here proves it.
Right.
Well, the Bills, we told you, are playing Sunday night in Miami for the AFC East crown. And Bills home games, they're always crazy. Did you see that video? Speaking, we're talking about this car bursting into flames, that guy that set himself on fire on purpose and jumped through a table on Sunday?
Yep.
Okay, great.
Yep, I saw that.
We know that the stadium gets wild on Sundays. When you put an open construction site in the middle of that, you should have anticipated.
Wait, there was
something else? I didn't see.
Not only was there something else while we were gone, it turns out there's been way more that they just haven't been reported.
There's a
Like
keep
people
outside.
trying to get it. For what reason?
We'll tell you the story, and we'll do it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Look, hindsight's 20/20.
Oh, sure.
Right? But, I mean, you would think a billion-dollar franchise, knowing what their fans are capable of just on a regular day, would have maybe seen this coming. You hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. So the big story of this week are the Bills, Dolphins, primetime flex game for the AFC East. The Bills can win and take the 2 seed. The Bills could lose, get help, and get the 6 or 7 seed. The Bills could lose, get no help, and they are out of the playoffs entirely. But while we were on break, there was some Bills news that involved nobody on the field.
What happened?
Well, as we're back in live, we found out this week that 2 folks were arrested before the Cowboys game. Was that 2 weeks ago?
What did they do?
For allegedly
3 weeks ago? I don't know. Yeah.
For allegedly going into the new stadium construction site.
Just take a look, get a couple of selfies.
That's actually not why they did it, according to police. According to police, they hopped the fence into the construction site to cut through to get to the stadium quicker.
Gotcha.
Oh, they weren't even messing.
No. They were trying to get
this
faster
fence
to the
is
gate.
in my way.
Okay.
Which, by the way, is super funny. It's quicker to scale a fence twice and dodge holes in the ground than to simply walk around. It's not that big.
Yeah.
And let's not forget here, the most famous of the arrests for trespassing in this new stadium site was the man who was allegedly drunk, high on marijuana, LSD, and cocaine, while being naked and covered in other people's poo after jumping into a porta potty and then jumping the fence into the stadium construction site. Now, there's more to that story.
Yeah.
Google it. We don't have the time, right? No word on how that guy's doing, by the way. But it turns out that man and these 2 other people that were arrested before the Cowboys game are not the only people that have been arrested for getting into this construction site.
So they've had multiple?
So it happens. Does it happen once a weekend?
According to authorities at Orchard Park, there have been 10 arrests this regular season of people trespassing on game day during the stadium site.
So I'm wondering if they're arresting the people right then and there, like inside the construction site, or if they wait until they jump out to catch it. Like, I'm wondering how they catch them in the first place.
Well, I would think, okay, first of all, naked poo guy.
That's different.
So you say they're just waiting on the other side of the
I
fence?
don't know. Well, I guess unless somebody's there to get you right away, are they getting arrested after the fact?
I would think somebody's going to be there. Because, I mean, how do you identify somebody like that, right? You would have to wait for them. What are they going to do? Stay in there forever to not get arrested? It's like a church during wartime?
That's what I mean. Like, are they chasing them down?
Why are people doing this?
I can tell you why.
Please.
Because everybody feeds into this jackassery that happens around that stadium.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, jackassery never existed before.
No.
Remember when the Bills invented jackassery?
It is. But every time I watch these pregame shows, and if it's a Bills thing, they've got to show you what's going on.
Yeah, but those people are busy doing that stuff.
But it kind of feeds into it. So it's even in car ads now where she's jumping through tables.
Do you hear old man rant happening?
You play into it.
I went 2 weeks on vacation without an old man rant, and he's back.
I'm telling you, man, you're feeding the beast. You feed these jackasses the raw meat, you're going to get wild animals.
Bro, these 2 guys were just cutting through.
But
the other guy was naked full of poo.
What grown man thinks it's okay to cut through a construction site that says no trespassing, $500 fine? That's an idiot.
A lot of grown men, probably.
But that's an idiot.
Remember that time that Tommy, in his mid-30s, went to the Bills game and then got drunk at a water park and then shot fireworks at his friends while wearing cut-off jean shorts? Was that a Bills game?
What grown man thinks that's okay?
Well, that was jackassery.
Was that a Bills game?
Why was a jackass?
The Bills had not invented jackassery at that point yet. You somehow discovered it. Shut up,
you don't think the media feeds into this crap?
No,
they got to show it all the time. They don't show it at any other franchise.
I just don't get why that kind of stuff, the drinking and tailgating, would inspire somebody to jump a fence into a big old blank area.
I'm with him or her.
Just to get, they're crazy.
But they're
These
not
people
even
get
doing
goddamn
anything crazy.
Yeah, like,
you know what I mean?
What are we going to cheer a guy jumping a fence? I don't care.
Oh, you know they would. You don't think there's 2 idiots that would cheer the other guy going over the fence?
Well, if it was you, I want you over that fence. Come on, bitch, can't do it. You bitch, you won't.
If it was people like drunkenly trying to take down the fence, you might have an argument.
By the way, that's coming.
But these are just like idiots that wanted to cut through because they thought it was a shortcut.
I'm waiting for somebody to grab a piece of heavy equipment and start driving it around
that
out there.
Would be funny.
Doing donuts.
That I'll cheer on.
And that's going to happen.
252 WCMF. We find out while we were on break that 2 more people were arrested before the Cowboys game in Orchard Park for allegedly trying to cut through the stadium site, construction site, to get to the stadium quicker, which is also funny. Let's assume they've been drinking.
Mm-hmm.
You think it's quicker to drunkenly scale a fence 2 times instead of just walking around it?
Yeah.
But according to police in Orchard Park, there have been 10 arrests on game days throughout the season, people trespassing into the new stadium site. I guess the bottom line is if you put a fence around anything, people will try and get in. Doesn't matter what it is.
Okay.
Is that fair?
Yeah. And how long is this? It's another 2 years, right?
2026 is when they're scheduled to open. That's if there's no delays.
So you got 2 more years of this crap.
How did the Bills, they're a billion-dollar franchise, why did they not think to pay somebody $15 an hour, put on an orange jacket, and stand every 50 feet in front of that
I always
fence?
thought they did.
Apparently not, because people are getting in.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it.
That's a
Kimmy,
great
you were
point.
there on Sunday. Did you see the new site?
Yeah, but I wasn't near where people would have been walking past that area.
Like, how do you not put somebody every 50 feet?
Yeah.
That would stop everybody from hopping the fence.
Yeah. Couple of cop cars, yeah.
Because I would think people, to your point, out of curiosity and thinking that maybe they could score something to take with them.
Oh, souvenir.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
You know what they need out there? Your dad.
My
Dude,
dad
he's
would be-
great at security.
My
You go to
dad
that
would be
ball
in
game?
there with them. My dad would be getting stuff and like handing it to people through the fence.
Hey, did you get a rock from in there? Can I have it?
By the way, did you see
What?
the Bills' halftime score, first quarter score?
No.
They always put up like a picture of like a player doing something on social media,
Yeah, yeah.
Instagram, Twitter. My dad made it in the background of Rasul Douglas's pick six.
He did?
He did. So it's his big stupid head. Right? He's like, "Ah!" And Rasul Douglas is holding up the ball.
Oh, he's got to be eating that up.
Bro, as soon as the game ends, he texts it to everybody on the family. I know what your face looks like, man. I've seen it before.
That's pretty cool, though. It's a crazy moment. Come on.
By the way, still wearing like the same Bills jacket he got 20 years ago. Invest in a new jacket, for God's sakes.
Or maybe
Now it's coming back around again.
maybe his son who married a doctor could buy him a nice coat.
Yeah, no, that's what I should do. That. No, to
You,
your
you're in here all the time with new clothes.
Yeah, for me.
This, that.
What am I dressing my father
You
now?
could be goose down Canadian, blah, blah, blah. Your father's walking around in rags. National hero.
National hero. You do bring something up here.
Was it?
Because right now it's just a hole in the ground. That's really all it
Yeah,
is.
is it
Yeah, I
much
don't-
to it yet?
Like rebar, is that what
Yeah,
they
all
call
right.
it, right? As it starts to look more like a stadium,
It's going to get worse.
this is going to
Yeah,
be more of a
yeah.
problem.
when it
you're
starts,
right.
yeah, when it starts looking like a stadium, yeah.
Is there an echo in here? Hey, can we call our engineer? See, our
I'm going to say the more equipment and stuff that's in there, the more people
Fun
are
stuff.
going to try to
well, think.
take a peek.
I mean, like, yeah. Well, that's just it. Like, once a stadium looks like a stadium, Kimmy, I could see myself drunkenly hopping that fence and like run through the tunnel. First guy through the tunnel, dumbass! Can't take that away from me. My life's a disappointment. Look at me now, though. Check me out, Dad. You made Twitter. First one through the tunnel.
By the way, if you're somebody that really felt like they needed to get a good look at what's inside the fence, why would you go on game day?
Well, you're already there. You packed a lunch.
Well, no, she brings up another good point. Like, I mean, in the middle of the night, are there people getting in and they don't even know? Do they have cameras?
Oh, apparently
Kind
not.
of a quiet area, I'm guessing, when the game's not going on.
So the Bills store is open during weekdays, like right at the stadium. So you can just drive up to the stadium, park for free, and go into the Bills
Yeah.
store. But like outside of that, it's across the street from the stadium. If you've ever been to that parking lot,
It's going to be dark, right?
and
Yeah.
there's nothing around it. The
Right.
college is on the other side of the fence. The stadium, I mean, I don't know.
They keep it lit.
I don't know. I've only
It's
been
our
there
first
again.
new stadium, so it's so exciting.
There's no, you idiot.
Well, you don't remember the last one being built.
I
Well,
wasn't
that at one
born.
point was a new stadium.
Yeah, every stadium.
But
was-
people were cool back in the old
Oh,
days.
were they?
Yeah.
Sitting in hot tubs in the parking lot.
They came in quietly with their propane heaters and their alcohol, enjoyed a game while they smoked.
You heard what he said. Bikinging propane heaters and their alcohol. Bro, we didn't get primetime games in Buffalo for decades.
That's true.
Because in the late 80s, Bills fans
Well, that Monday
pelted,
night game.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the Jets bus with rocks. But no, please tell me how this latest generation screwed it for everybody. All right, so I guess the moral of the story is
Right.
if you go to the Bills game, don't go into the
Yes.
construction site.
That's
Don't
fair.
be curious.
No, now you make it sound like they're being dicks. You put it there, we'll go look at it. There was a restaurant that while we were gone had a little bit of a rough time. This is a household name place in the greater Rochester area. And I think that the majority of folks listening at least some point in their life have had a couple of drinks and ended up at this place to get something to eat,
Yep.
take a little time,
Uh-huh.
whatever. What's funny is the health department is just doing their job.
Oh.
But the health department does understand that not a single person who has ever eaten at this place cares what they found.
Oh, it's that kind of a joke.
Well, I mean, look, when you walk in, I think you kind of expect
All right.
what the health department found.
Oh.
And we'll get into it
Okay.
next to the break room. 96.5 WCMF. In this story, you have two groups.
Who's that?
You got the Department of Health.
Oh.
They're just doing their job.
Right.
They're making sure we all stay healthy when we go out to eat. And then you have this household name food stop in the city. Most people listening have ended up here at some point in their lives after a night out.
You talking about Pubies?
But not long ago, going there became impossible.
What happened?
Well, the first group decided the second group wasn't allowed to serve food anymore.
So they shut them down?
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF. We'll get to that story in just a second. We are back. We are live. We missed you so much. By the way, you can hear our wonderful voices on the radio or on the Odyssey app. You can watch our beautiful faces.
Watch us talk.
If you forgot what we looked like, on the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube or Twitch. On YouTube or Twitch, it is the break room WCMF, so check us out there. And also, while you're on our YouTube page, you can catch the entirety of Tommy Muley, This Is Your Life, the wonderful event that went down at Three Heads Brewery 2 weeks ago. Huge thank you to everyone that came out.
Amazing.
Massive apologies to everyone that couldn't get in. We sold the place out an hour and a half before it started. I got there at 4:45 for sound check, and there were already people waiting.
Yes.
Sad people.
I met people that drove in from Attica.
Yes. And they were locked up. They had to get a pass for
Yes.
that. Yeah.
In Lake Irons.
Yeah. So thank you, everybody. It was great to meet everybody. We really appreciated it. And you did a great job of doing
Sitting
nothing. Yeah. Way to go. That was really impressive. Friends of the Break Room, CMF. Who in Rochester hasn't had a bite to eat at Mark's Texas Hots?
Oh, yeah. It's been around since it's like dirt.
Yeah. Greasy Spoon Joint. It's been a Rochester institution, as Tommy said, for decades, but less classy. It's where you go when you've been out drinking on Monroe or Park Ave for the night, right, Kimmy? I mean,
It's one of those late night spots. Yeah.
You got it.
Your granddaddy went there.
And it's not a place for the faint of heart, but I guess no one out drinking in Rochester, nowhere out drinking in Rochester is a place, right? Right? Look, you know what you're getting when you walk into Mark's Texas House. Okay. The health department, however, decided that we were getting more than we bargained for.
Mark.
Back in mid-December, the health department went in for an inspection.
What'd they find?
Well, according to a report in the Democrat and Chronicle, they found so many issues, they shut them down.
Wow.
And there was a placard put on the door from the health department saying that they were forced to close and that Mark's had to address the issues that were found. The good news.
Good news.
Mark's fixed the issues, and just a couple of days later, they were allowed to open up again. So as far as we know right now, they're opening good.
All right.
But it's never a good thing, Tommy, when a restaurant is forced to shut down in this way.
True, because it's very rare you see that.
Sure. Well, hold on. I like to add a caveat there. It's never a good thing when most restaurants are forced to close this way. Because the funniest thing about this whole ordeal, when you eat at a place like this, don't you expect what the health department found that shut them down?
Well, you don't think about it at the
Some level
time.
of grittiness.
But I don't want that in my head while I'm eating my egg.
Oh, but it's kind of.
It's in your
But
face.
I was going to say, in some places, it's impossible to avoid.
I
mean,
know.
everywhere you look, it's just kind of the feel of the place.
It's
right?
great.
Okay, look, I'm not singling out Mark's Texas Hots here.
Right. There are many places that fall under this category.
Yes, when I say this, I mean
It's a greasy spoon.
Yes, every greasy spoon in the city and suburb that is open until 4 a.m. after the bars close. If they serve you burgers and fries off a greasy flat top, if they have a pile of potatoes just lying on the side of the grill, sitting there, if there is a vat of lard with meat in it that they will put over the top.
Wait, your mom was there? Oh, she liked the meat.
Again, the only show in Rochester where you will hear only a man laugh at his own joke.
You know you want to laugh.
The point I'm making is, with those three things, you anticipate that joint has some health department issues. And I thought, collectively, as Rochesterians, we were all kind of fine with it.
I think, like, I could, if you're a young person, but as you get older, I don't want to deal with stuff. You're not old yet, man.
27, man.
And I don't think it has to do with the age as
Old
much as
man
it
wave,
does. I
right?
know. It doesn't have to do with age as much as it is the desperation mode when you're looking to get this type of food.
But if you've ever gotten
Because I just,
sick,
yeah.
you ever got the ass
Well,
rockets,
yeah.
The ass Rockets.
it ain't fun,
By the
man.
way, not doing well in the Western Conference this season.
No kidding.
No, yeah.
Wow. They lose Jonesy for the season?
In the worst way possible.
But to your point, it would have to get that bad after eating somewhere where you may not go back.
I mean, I've eaten there a million times when I first moved here.
Who hasn't?
Yeah.
I mean, I lived right across the street from it practically.
I'm going to make a statement even further, because there are like those nicer places that'll serve you, and I'm using quote fingers if you're not watching the stream, plates.
Yeah.
The plate doesn't taste good unless it comes from a place that the health department should shut down.
Yeah, it doesn't have that plate ambiance you're looking for.
It's 100% the case.
I want them scooping that hot sauce out of a bucket.
Yes, and that bucket has not been cleaned in decades, and that's what makes it taste good.
And there has to be at least one guy by himself eating and talking to himself when you go in.
Yeah, like you're unsettled, but you also want to hear what he's saying, right?
Yeah.
Like what is so enthralling?
When are they coming back?
252 WCMF. Mark's Texas Hots, while we were on break in mid-December, was shut down by the health department for a couple of days. Good news is they went in, they fixed all the issues, they're back again. But it is kind of funny that the health department's like, hey, guys, you should watch out for this place. We know. We're fine with it. I'm going to keep eating there.
Yeah.
I may also be a little bit bothered if, let's say, I ate there that day. Because what did they find that day that shut it down?
Okay, but Kimmy, here's the thing. And anybody that has ever worked in a restaurant will tell you this. If you know the health department is coming, you just stop doing all the stuff you normally
And you
do.
clean it up.
Yes.
Yeah. Do that massive overhaul clean.
Yeah, like every place, if they did surprise inspections, would be shut down immediately. Immediately. Like, I can't. I want to know who started clutching their pearls when they found out Mark's Texas Hots was shut down for a couple of days by the. I assume the place I was drunkenly eating after 12 drinks is cleaning its fine china and keeping its caviar at an acceptable temperature.
But I could see my wife texting my stepdaughter saying, "Do not go there. If you're out with your friends, stay away from this place. You're going to get sick."
Which is fine. That's
She'll
what
put out
moms-
this health alert.
That's what moms are supposed to do. Is that going to keep anyone under the age of 30 from going there? No.
I was waiting in line once for a very popular breakfast place, and the person that was in line in front of me proceeded to tell me about some violation of this place that was quite gross.
Okay.
Yet we both still stood there in line waiting to get
Wait,
our
the person
food.
who told you
Yes.
continued to stand.
Yes, we were all standing there. I'm like, yeah, I heard that. Still going to get my meal that I came for, so I don't care.
Look, I think when you walk into a greasy spoon place like this, especially after dark, you are entering into a contract. I have consumed enough alcohol that up to this point, whatever is in your food will be killed by the alcohol in my body.
It's just one more bad decision I've made today.
Right?
Yeah.
And like, here's the thing, and I'm sincere when I say this. People in Rochester have to have the lowest of standards when it comes to tolerate places we will eat in. And I don't mean that as a bad thing. I'm being serious. We have all this stuff that other communities turn their nose at. Not only do we have the greasy spoon places, we have the hot dog carts in a city of our size, which is not necessary.
Yeah.
Most of them serve Italian sausages, which is the most dice roll of dice rolls. An Italian sausage from a cart is a dangerous proposition. There are several barbecue entrepreneurs who will just set up grills and barrels in random parking lots in the city and sell full lunches. By the way, they're delicious.
Yeah.
They're delicious. It's some of the best barbecue you'll ever have. You find the right one. But there is no oversight whatsoever. They are cooking chicken and pork in the middle of July in a parking lot.
And these people are always super attractive.
What does that have to do with
I
anything?
don't know.
It doesn't help that the guy.
No, it does help. That's what I want that person to
but
look
there's
like.
a line. There's a,
I know, but the guy looks like he needs to be power washed.
okay, fine. It's delicious. And
It is.
People eat at all of these
I know.
places. Why? What is it about us in Rochester where not only we tolerate that, we seek it out?
It has to be our heritage of like a lot of immigrants that came here.
Is that what it is?
And it's that kind of food.
So,
it
like-
has to be. You got a lot of Italians.
Okay.
You got a big Jewish community. You have
Sure.
a lot of Poles, a lot of
Okay.
Ukrainians.
Yeah.
They seem to like, that's that kind of
Yeah,
ethnic
no, I've
food.
been watching that stuff going on between Russia and Ukraine, how they're all eating barbecue.
Well, there is some barbecue going on. No, but I think it's part of. I think maybe it's the rootsy nature of this community. You know, like off the boat kind of chow.
Okay.
I'm probably going to say a very Tommy thing right now.
Oh,
so
here we
forgive
go.
me.
Buckle up, everybody.
There you go.
Is it because of the popularity of a lot of these places grew with like those kind of greasy spoon shows?
Oh, like diners, drive-ins,
Because
and
it was
dives?
like things that like we really started to embrace when Rochester showed up on one of those shows, and it was like almost the greasier the better.
I don't know. Like Tahoe's has existed since the beginning of time.
Yeah.
Mark's
Yeah.
Texas Hots has existed since the beginning of time.
that whole,
Gitsy's, yeah.
there was a whole strip of them when I first moved here.
I mean, it's an interesting theory if those weren't
But I
things.
just mean like people really embrace, like you almost feel cooler if you're standing in line at like one of these kind of hole in the wall
Now you sound
places.
like Tommy. Now you sound like Tommy.
Oh yeah, you want to go downtown and have your city sausage, and then you're gonna go out for some food. No, but you also got to think about this. This was a big sea shift town, right? So you had guys working overnight that needed these places to go eat. You know,
Yeah.
that was their meal.
No, to your point, when my dad was working overnights as a cop, he would bring home plates, and I would eat them for breakfast, which is why I am what I am. Was what I was.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like I do have these fond memories of being 7, 8, 9 years old on a Friday, Saturday night. My dad watching something on TV and being like, let's go to a plate at 10 and walking in and going and getting our plate and bringing it home.
Then there were bars that were open at 8 o'clock in the morning, but that's when guys got up and had their drinks.
Yeah, you're right.
Went to bed.
You're right. So is that what it is?
I think that's probably where it started.
Okay, but then.
Along with the immigration and the food trucks and the sausage.
What is the food? You mean the food cart?
The food cart, which grew into the truck.
Okay. You know, it's funny, as we talk about Mark's Texas Hots being shut down by the health department for a couple of days because the health department has no idea what we're looking for as Rochesterians. I'm not blaming the health department. They're just doing their job. It's just like, come on, we know. We know. Remember a couple of months ago, it was like middle last year, we talked about folks in Rochester who are selling full meals they make from home on their Instagram and Facebook pages. Do you guys remember that conversation?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so they're out of their house,
yes,
right, in their kitchen.
Yeah, they tell you that
it's like
morning.
a meal prep thing.
Kind of. It's like
They deliver it to you,
yeah.
though.
Well, you could go pick it up, or they'll bring it to
But
you.
from their house.
Yeah, like they're gonna make you dinner.
But you don't know what's going on, right?
They just tell you what it's gonna be. Like tonight, it's spaghetti and meatballs. Tomorrow, it's like jerk chicken, whatever it is. But yeah, it's their personal kitchen, and that's what you're eating.
That's a little sketchy.
And we talked to multiple people who called the show and said they've done it before and they love it.
Yeah. They never called back, though.
That is socially acceptable. None of this is normal. And I'm dying to know if this happens in other cities or we are just so used to I have no standard for where I'm eating. Right?
So it's word of mouth a lot of times, too, right? If you know somebody that had tried it, loved it,
Oh, yeah.
you're going to try it because you want to get in. You want to be one of the first to tell people about it. That's
you're
part
right.
of it, too.
I mean, look at it this way. Even some of the nicest places in town, when you walk in, look like hellholes. Like wallpaper is falling off the wall, but you're still going to spend like $90 on a steak.
Yeah, okay.
And we're totally fine with it.
Yeah.
Totally fine with it. So
And all the guys I knew that ate like that are still around, which is a good sign. And I noticed that at the roast. Like I ran into one guy. I go, man, I remember him being so fat. I thought he'd be dead by now. And he was still kicking.
by the way,
Wow, that's a great thought.
all
to have.
three of those guys know you're talking about them right now.
Yeah. Unless they don't think they're that guy.
We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. This comes in from Bob. Bob says, we need to know where we're eating is clean and safe. That's why they shut these places down. When I walk into Mark's, I want to make sure the meal that I get is not going to hurt me.
Okay, that's you can't say that about any restaurant at any given moment. You don't know what's going on back there. Unless you're going to go in there and do like some own white glove inspection.
Sure, you're right.
Right?
You're right. And again, I'm not blaming the health department. I'm not. But I would like to read you that last sentence. I want to make sure when I go to Mark's, I'm not having a meal that's going to hurt me. What's that on the menu? Did I miss the quinoa bowls on the menu at Mark's Texas Hots?
Yeah.
What are you getting there that isn't terrible for you?
Full of cholesterol and salt.
Yes, and that's fine. That's what it's there for. That's why it's amazing. It's why they've existed for as long. They do it great. But nobody that plans on living past 70 walks into that place
Yeah.
and goes, you know what I want? This.
You know what
veggie
you're signing
burger?
up
Yeah,
for.
thank you. You got kale? Can I get some kale?
Kale's off tonight.
Like even if you walked away from one of these places and like something didn't feel right? Like
But
you
that's
just
every
haven't
time.
digested. That's what I'm saying. Like you're just gonna chalk it up to eating crappy food, anyways. Maybe it was the booze. Maybe it was what I ate. I don't know.
If you eat at
It
a
all
place,
just comes with the territory.
if you eat at a place where they ask you for your license plate number so they can tow cars that aren't there, you don't need a health department inspection.
But there are certain places that I've eaten in the past that I know that are bad for me, that I know as soon as I'm done, I got to get home quick. Like it's coming quick. And I don't know how that works, but there were certain meals that
Just don't agree with you.
No, it's completely processed through in like 15 minutes. We're ready to go.
Well, they're very efficient people.
Yes, they are.
Let's take a break. All right, let's go from eating and drinking to just drinking.
All right, whatever.
Because, look, I mean, there are a lot of people this morning. In fact, I talked to one of our coworkers who said, and I quote, I'm drying out. I drink way too much.
Oh, banged up. Huh?
Yeah, I mean, and look, we all did it. We all did it. It's time for the holidays, man.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. Normally, when this specific holiday ends, we see a dip in booze sales.
Was this the dry January thing?
Well, no, that's not what we're talking about.
Oh.
Because even before we get to that, it turns out that we're bigger drunks than we thought, at least this year specifically.
Oh.
And I'll explain what liquor stores in the greater Rochester area and across the state discovered over the last 7 days. We'll get into it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. the holidays are a time for drinking. Any time that's a time for family is a time for drinking.
Oh, sure.
But locally, liquor stores have noticed something.
Where they find it out?
Well, they got money they thought they were going to get throughout the holidays.
Okay.
And then they got more.
Oh, a little extra drink of money.
Because when it comes to alcohol, it turns out Rochester is not on the schedule everyone else seems to be on.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, we are back. We are live. It's our first day back from our mandatory vacation. And yes, I know, we hate it as much as you hate it. I'd much rather be here. Don't tell my wife I said that. She's at work now. Everyone be cool.
It's too expensive to stay home.
Bro, you're not kidding.
Home's really pricey.
When did that happen?
I don't know.
When did being at home get expensive?
It is.
Every day is $100. Minimum.
That's before you get out of bed.
I'm not even joking. And I didn't even do jack to entertain my kids.
No, you don't.
So
Same view.
Real quick. My in-laws came from Delaware. My
Oh,
wife's
nice.
family.
Always nice when family comes.
So good to see them.
Yeah.
So good to see them. So we want to take them ice skating. You know, my daughter plays hockey. We love hanging out at the rink, right? So cool, we'll go. And you know, me being the cool guy that I am, I got it.
Okay.
I figure how expensive can a day of ice skating be?
Why isn't ice skating expensive?
Hockey's expensive. Going for an ice, and it's not even that expensive. It's just we had so many people that like this person.
Yeah.
Here's a total. It's, ha ha ha. Ha, ha, ha. Then my wife, we should all get lunch. Shut
Lunch?
up. Because you offer no. Shut
It's like you could go buy a new suit.
yeah, because you know how often I'm wearing suits.
No, but I'm saying the price.
Yeah, no, I know. Who uses that as the comparison?
I just bought a new suit.
Why?
For what?
I needed one.
No, you don't. When do you wear a suit?
What do you have coming up where you need a suit?
I got
Is
stuff
death?
Are you not telling us something?
All right. By the way, we are back, but it's not a Monday; it's a Tuesday, which means we're kicking off the first show of the new year
boy.
Buddy.
with Where They Whining.
But a lot of time to think about it.
Yeah, you have. We'll get to it just after 9 o'clock. Give us about a half an hour here in the break room on CMF. So this story comes to us from Spectrum News.
What happened?
Tommy, liquor stores, no surprise, see a massive boom in the 2 weeks leading up to Christmas. You know, parties, get-togethers, stress relievers because of the family.
It does.
It means big bucks and long lines all over town. And if you were trying to get into liquor stores at certain times before the holiday season, you know sometimes it goes 12, 15 people deep. Then after Christmas is over, the lines die down. Or at least they used to. Because this year, folks just kept coming.
Throughout the entire holiday?
Yeah. Some liquor stores in the state said they were selling 70% more in the week between Christmas and New Year's than they were at the same time last year.
Wow, so they're up 70%?
70%.
That's insane.
Year over year in the week following Christmas.
So they're loading. So you're not just loading up for New Year's, and you're just drinking all the way through the holiday.
Well, that's just it. They accounted the bump for New Year's. They're saying on
but that's
top,
one day.
Yes, but on top of New Year's,
you're pounding.
they still sold 70% more alcohol compared to last year. Any idea why we're drinking more this year after the holidays compared to years past?
Is day drinking up?
Compared to last year?
Yeah, but think about it. When was the last time New Year's Eve fell on an NFL Sunday?
Okay, but the whole week?
But I mean, that could provide a big pop the day of.
But we're also talking liquor stores, Kimmy. We're not talking beer.
Yeah.
We're talking liquor
So that's
stores.
why I'm thinking is day drinking in general when you're off up more, because during the pandemic, we found out that people were, having cocktails earlier and earlier in the day.
Okay.
When they were working from home.
That's a fine theory.
No, but so you would add more drinking to your day. So if you normally kick back 6, 7 o'clock at night, and now you've already had your 3 into your cocktails at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, you're going through a lot more alcohol.
No, you're fine. You're absolutely right. But if this chart was 70% compared to a decade ago, you're right. This is last year.
All right.
Also after the pandemic. And you would think the closer to the pandemic we were, the more drinking we would be doing. But it seems even further away we get from the pandemic of being locked in the house, we're still increasing our alcohol consumption.
All right.
Why?
It's a great question.
Why?
Because the weather was nice. The weather wasn't really bad.
No, weather
So it
was
wasn't like you
beautiful.
were socked in.
No. Locked or socked.
Maybe
Anyone?
we're just becoming drunker in general.
But I didn't think that was possible. And
Oh,
that's
there's
not a
always
joke.
room for drinking, man.
No, I know there's always room for drinking. Look, man, we're at a point now where if you're not doing something, you're probably drinking. Like a lot of people are at the point where if I don't have something I need to do to not drink, I'm going to be drinking.
Yeah.
It seems like there isn't enough time in the day to drink more as a society than we're drinking right now, especially in the greater Rochester area. Are people coming up with new hours? Did somebody figure something out?
Well, as I'm saying, like you're adjusting.
So, I understand that stress can lead to people drinking more, right? And that's why we see it leading up to Christmas. But compared to the last couple of years, wouldn't this have been one of the less stressful holiday seasons?
I would think so. Yeah.
Like, we're not stuck at home, like you said.
Right.
There wasn't shortages of things like there has been the years past.
Right.
I mean, sure, some things are more expensive, but at the same time, prices for other things plummeted. Gas is down. Turkey and ham was down. And if cost is what drove the stress, that would leave you less money to spend on alcohol. So what's the deal? Were people getting in all their partying before everyone had to go back to work?
Could be. But why wouldn't we do that before?
It's a good question.
I mean, like, to your point, nothing really changed, but we're just drinking more.
I mean, it has been a weird year for working.
Working from home, a lot of people do that.
Okay, I mean, less people are now. A lot of businesses are insisting people come back to work. What I mean by that, some businesses are still facing massive shortages when it comes to employees, where other lines of work started letting people go. So you either have a ton of job security or very little job security with not a lot of people in between. And if you know you have to really get after it come the first of the year, maybe folks decided to cut loose.
Yeah, pound it out.
But they're doing that all at home. They're not going out with other people to de-stress.
Right.
They're buying liquor at liquor stores.
Oh, so maybe that's it. So if you're not going out drinking like we used to, we're drinking at home. That's your liquor.
You're drinking more. Yeah.
You're just drinking more at home if you're not out at the bar.
But we don't know.
So it's not much. We just shifted where we're drinking.
But we don't know that bars saw a dip.
Oh, well, Spectrum needs to get on it.
All right, Spectrum, if you're listening, please go find out if bars were hit as liquor stores increased. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Story, as Tommy said on Spectrum News from late last week. Liquor stores between Christmas and New Year's usually see a dip in sales. This year across New York State, they did not. Some liquor stores reporting that they had 70% more in sales this year compared to last year in that week between Christmas and New Year's. And we can't figure out what the explanation is. We're far enough away from the pandemic where that may have settled down.
Yeah.
Right? It's not particularly a stressful holiday season more than it has been in the past. You can make the argument it's less stressful. Is alcohol less expensive?
I don't think so. Mine isn't.
I mean,
Mine's gone up.
You buy it the most. I'll listen to this guy.
It does. It's gone up. $35 a bottle. They throw it at you. Maybe it's all the moms out there. Maybe mom drinking is way up this year.
Why would mom drinking
You
be?
always
Because
love to
moms
blame
are
on mom drinking.
Moms are sneaky ass drinkers.
Well, maybe they're not being sneaky anymore.
No, but like you don't realize, man, she's already had a half a bottle. Mama's half a bottle in on the holidays.
That's my favorite Ribs Arkansas song. Who, by the way, made his Rochester debut, which you can watch on
Yes.
YouTube at the Tommy Muley This Is Your Life thing that's up there. Why would dads not be increasing their drinking?
It could be that too.
But why wouldn't you immediately go to that?
Mom drinking?
No. You go ahead.
What's that?
Why would you not think dads first instead of moms?
Well, dads, I'm expecting it because men are pieces of crap. I don't expect mom to be getting polluted at noon.
I mean, I guess that's a theory. I don't know.
No, because even my sister-in-law had it. My sister-in-law had, and we didn't know about it for a while. She called it GTO, and it was gin, tonic, Oprah, 3 o'clock. But she would go, it's GTO time.
Yeah.
And she would pour herself a gin and tonic and sit down and watch Oprah. And where they lived, it came out at 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Gotcha.
And she'd go the rest of the day.
Yeah.
What year was that?
Oh, God, years ago.
Okay, so why would now that be?
No, but like she even had a name for it. Like nobody knew what she was talking about till we finally asked her what she meant.
Drinking code names? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, because she didn't want people to know she was drinking.
The point I'm making is if that was already happening in the 70s and 80s, why all of a sudden would moms be like, oh,
Maybe
no, I'm
it's
going to do it more?
Maybe it's coming up more. I blame women.
Shut up. I think you're underestimating how much women have drank for the last 20 years.
I know. They're coming up. Ladies are drinking like men. We know that.
There is one more explanation that would be the worst of all explanations.
What would be the worst?
This is just what we drink as a society now.
Yeah.
Like the pandemic changed our drinking habits. We know that. But not only would that mean these habits stuck, it pushed us years later into even further extremes. And I guess the question would be easiest answered by the folks listening, 252 WCMF. Does the average person find themselves drinking a ton more than they were 5 years ago, 2019 compared to 2024?
Okay.
because I don't think I am.
Yeah, but you're like you became healthy boy. You are.
You did. I mean,
you went health, so you don't drink.
You
drink what? 8 Bills games a year.
In Christmas Eve, because my dad's
yeah.
over.
So you're not a drinker.
Do you find yourself drinking more?
It's hard to tell in
is
my
that-
house.
no,
because I'm a heavy drinker.
No, because I think the answer is your wife made you cut back. You call me healthy boy, but your wife said you can't have the liquor anymore. No whiskey for baby Tammy.
I also
Baby Tammy, the whiskey.
I also would have thought that the legalization of marijuana would have hurt the drinking numbers. Like maybe you're doing one or the other. I don't know how many. I don't know if one maybe contributes to the other. It's possible that too, but
it's an interesting theory.
But I would have thought that took away some of the people. You know, some people like looking to drink. Maybe they're doing something else instead.
Now that you bring that up, that's a good point, right? I mean, how many people can get drunk and high at the same time and not want to die? I'm not one of those people.
Yeah, but that could be the point, though. You're just partying in general more relaxed.
Okay, but that's even more alarming. Not only are we drinking more, we're now smoking legalized marijuana.
But they've been screaming this crap for 1,000 years. The fall of society with all this stuff that's going. We're fine.
I'm not saying it's the fall of society.
Well, you just said, what does that say about
no,
it? Nothing. We're cool.
No, it's here's the problem, right? Like, if this is now something that we're all doing, where we're drinking more, it's going to have effects that we don't fully see for 15 to 20 years, right? Like, there are people that are going to be safe about it and not get in cars and do it at home. That's a safe way to do it. Go to the liquor store, go home, stay there, everything's fine. You know, have whatever, your munchies delivered via Grubhub, right? But 15, 20 years from now, when you got to pay the fiddler on your health, that's a problem. Like, okay, for example, I don't know if you know, I went to England.
What? Wait, the England.
The England.
Not the New England.
And if you listen to the show while I was broadcasting from over there, I told you about how any age, really, they'll serve a kid alcohol if they're sitting at a table with their parents at a bar or a restaurant, right? And I had asked the guy, I go, wow, that's amazing. Does it mean there's less alcohol abuse for kids? And he goes, yeah, there's not a lot of binge drinking because kids are used to it, but...
Yeah.
We have a ton more alcohol-related diseases in younger people. 50, 60-year-old, 50 and 60-year-olds compared to 70, 80-year-olds we see here in America.
Yeah.
That's the consequence.
Yeah, but you had a nice life.
Okay.
And by the way, a lot of that's genetics. There's people that could drink their asses off and live to 100.
Yeah, if your
There's some
dad,
people that smoke a cigarette and they're dead.
No, if your mother was Italian and your dad was a bottle of vodka, yeah, it's genetics.
My old man ran a household and a business into the ground, and he lived to be 87.
He pooped his pants.
Yeah, it wasn't a great couple of years.
Bro, he had a bad 15 last year.
Yeah, but everybody, listen, everybody has a bad 10 at the end. There's no good 10 at the end.
252 WCMF. Again, liquor stores in the greater Rochester area across New York State have reported massive increases this year compared to last in the sales of booze between Christmas and New Year's.
It's like the end of Prohibition. Everybody's dancing in the streets with champagne flutes.
It seems like it's... Some liquor stores said they sold as much as 70% more compared to last year. Let's talk to Nick. He's on CMF. Hey, Nick, what's up, buddy?
Hey, I just wondering what you guys think about, the cost of going out. Maybe that's has something to do with people drinking at home.
Oh, that's a good point.
We go out to a standard corner street tavern, and it's, my wife drinks wine, nothing special, bar wine, and it's $10 a glass.
And they throw it at you.
I mean, for a silly little 4-ounce pour, she'll go through 4 or 5 of them in the course of the night. It adds up, and a pint of beer is $8. And,
hey, you're married to a lush, bro.
We have a good time.
All right, Nick. So you then find yourself drinking more at home than you did going out to the bar.
Absolutely.
Okay, so
the cost of chicken wings are $18 now. It's just everything. But you can't get out. We can't get out of a bar for, corner street tavern, that is. A little place on the river. And, it's $125.
No, I hear you. No, that's a valid point. It's a valid point. I guess my question is this then, Nick. Now that you find yourself drinking more at home, are you consuming more alcohol in your house, knowing you don't have to drive home than you would have at the bar?
I don't know about that. When you're at the bar, you're in a social atmosphere, hand to mouth is a little bit different. I wouldn't say I'm drinking more, but I'm drinking more at home than otherwise.
Okay.
Like I started earlier because we were out for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And I started earlier and earlier every day.
So my wife, okay.
Yeah.
Nick, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
Because usually it's like 6 o'clock.
Okay.
Is our cocktail time.
How far down did you
How
go?
close?
Yeah.
Noon.
Wait, you started at noon?
Damn, look at you.
On a weekday?
So we were opening
You
up.
drunk?
So we were opening up gifts with the kids, right?
Yeah.
So a listener, when they came to the roast, got me this little set of really high-end scotches.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So I figured I'm going to drop this in my coffee. So
Look at you.
Nobody's going to see, right?
Oh, like you did it secretively?
Oh, yeah. So
Yeah, nobody smells whiskey.
Okay.
bro, it was delicious. It was like a high-end Irish coffee.
What are you, Nick's wife?
It was so good. But that I was going early.
So my wife got me a really nice bottle of whiskey.
Yeah, you put it out on the X.
Yeah. Stop calling it that.
What is that, the X?
You can't go back now.
No, it's just Twitter.
It looks like somebody's butt, that logo, but anyway.
What?
So somebody's phone automatically updated while we were on vacation. Anywho, it's a really nice bottle of whiskey.
Yeah.
And I was like, I told myself, like, I gotta wait to open this. You know,
For what?
I don't know. Like, I don't want to drink it by myself. I want to.
Who's drinking with you?
But then I
You're
started.
a bore. You don't eat. You don't do nothing anymore. You're not fat.
That's besides the point.
Like, it used to be fun to take you out and just fill you full of pork and booze. You don't do none of that anymore. You don't smoke. You were a ball, man.
Thank you.
You're a dud.
Thank you.
You're a dud.
He is. He's a dad. You're a dad dud. Here you go, dudsy. Booze up, dudsy.
It's not getting better than that. Let's take a break. We got Where They Whining coming up in just about 15 minutes. Sit tight on that. But before we get there, if you're going to sit home and drink, there's going to be a point where, I don't know, start feeling a little bit.
Oh, okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Amorous.
Yeah, but maybe your wife wants a part of it because you're drinking at 8 in the morning, sneaking whiskey in your coffee, or you're home alone.
All right.
That's where pornography comes in.
Okay.
We have a statistic in front of us that is shocking.
On the stroke count?
We don't have a specific count, but we do have a count on how long we sat there. And there is no way this number is accurate. Because if you are taking this long to get the job done, you have way too much time on your hands.
Yeah.
And we'll get into it next in the break room. 96.5 WCMF. Somebody's lying.
What happened?
And I don't know why you would lie about this. Like, it doesn't it's not impressive. This isn't the actual act of sex where you would have to add. I mean, this is you by yourself, right? Like
solo.
Yeah, time is of the essence. You know what you like. You can go find any specific thing.
Oh, it's all out there.
Sometimes to a fault. So where the hell does this number come from?
All right.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. We are back. We are live. We missed you oh so much. And because it's Tuesday, not only are we back, baby.
Yeah.
We're back with a bang.
All right.
Because we got Where They Whining coming up in just about 10 minutes here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. So, with the new year come and gone, you get all kinds of like weird information, right? Like everyone saw like the Spotify Wrapped where people post what they listen to all year.
It's all the stats. You're in stats.
Yeah, like Instagram does that thing where you can post like the best pictures. I don't care. Not to sound like a dick.
All right.
I don't care. I saw the pictures when you posted them the first time. But Pornhub does something similar. Not that they share with you what you watched, because that would be depressing.
Yeah.
But Pornhub takes all the information from all of their users all year long and gives us statistics on how we watch pornography.
Okay.
Oh, so it takes everybody's data and puts it on a chart.
You got it. And there is one number here that is crazy.
What's that?
According to Pornhub on their website, the average
stroke time?
I was going to say session.
Well, yeah. However you do it.
Keep it classy. The average stroke time, as Tommy put it, lasted 9 minutes and 51 seconds.
All right.
Does that sound strange?
Is that because you're browsing videos? Or is
No,
this
that's
all like
watching.
Watching one video.
Yes.
You spent that long watching one video.
Or
okay.
like time running while you're...
Gotcha.
That's a long whack.
9 minutes and 51 seconds. So that does sound strange to you.
Yeah, I mean, I need a break. Like, I had to get up for water or something, man.
Yeah, you would start to like.
It would hurt.
Yeah, thank you. 9 minutes.
Yeah.
10 minutes. 9:51.
Well, I'm wondering though if you're just thinking of one way of watching porn, where there could be people that
Is there another?
incorporate.
Do they have 3D glasses?
Well, no,
What did
but
I
I'm
miss?
saying like there may be people that incorporate porn into their sex life. There are women that watch porn. I mean, I don't know if like that would bump up the average time spent watching it.
All right, so let's talk about porn and sex life. I would think if you used porn in your sex life where it's on while you're doing stuff, it would also take less than 10 minutes because you're being extra stimulated.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But how long do you have it on before and after? I don't know.
And what percentage of porn users you have sex with a partner and watch porn? It's probably low.
Even if
I'm
it's
guessing.
not that much, it would still bump up the time spent watching. It would bump up the average a little bit.
But that's a long time to touch yourself.
Yeah.
Like to your point, like your skin would get bruised. Like urgent care should have a bunch of like shaft abrasions that they'd have to deal with, dong splints.
Look, man, not to get gross here. Not to get gross. We were on the road. Telling jokes, yeah.
Yeah.
There have been moments in my past where it went so long or happened so much that there's like scarring.
Yeah.
Okay.
But they were broken up.
Yeah.
I didn't do one like almost 10-minute session.
That's my point. I didn't make it that long. Like, how could you go that long and
I
not
would
have
need a
pieces of your
nap.
Well, I
skin
wonder
coming
now-
off in your hand?
Do you think
Like
that
a snake growing.
I wonder because there's so much access to pornography that people are watching videos longer because they need something new to be stimulated by?
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, but you could
She's desensitized,
Yeah.
what they call it. Right?
Okay.
It could
all
be
right.
something like that.
So it takes you longer to get there.
No, but you could specifically find that thing you're looking for. You know what I'm
But
saying?
if you've been
Well, but if you're browsing
overstimulated
more.
now, it's like
Okay.
maybe you just were not quick draws anymore.
Okay. Well, no. I mean, do women find that? 252 WCMF? I mean, you women that are listening that are with guys, are they going longer than they had been in the past? I mean, we need an older woman. Compare 80s, 90s, 2000s, and today. Sounds like the worst warm promo of all time. Penises from the 80s, 90s, 2000s, all the way up to today. Warm 101 your dong.
Or is it older people that are watching pornography? It takes you maybe an old cat longer too.
Does it
older
take
crowd.
Oh, bro, are you kidding me?
I don't know. I'm asking you. Does it?
Yeah, it's. I told you, like my stuff. It looks like like I told you when there's those eruptions in Hawaii and you see the lava slowly going across the road to take out the mailbox. Like, but it takes like 10 minutes.
Well, that would be the average then.
Yeah, but but when I was a
So you're
kid,
saying older people are bumping up the average.
yeah, I mean when I was a kid, I was looking at pornography. I was staying on my britches walking out of the store. Like, that don't happen anymore.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Pornhub took all the information that we all used from us that we
By
all
the way,
used.
I thought this was all the information I was going to get on the Judgment Day. I didn't know Pornhub was going to do it. Like, I always thought when I got put before somebody after I died, they would tell you how much porn you watched and how ashamed you'd be. I didn't think the actual people were going to do it to me before that.
All right, so let's say they did a Pornhub Wrapped like they do for Spotify, where it's going to show you everything you watched for how long and all the statistics. Would you want to see that?
No.
For the year? Really?
No.
I would be interested.
Well, it's me. What am I going to do with that information?
Well,
be impressed?
Like with
You would brag
Spotify.
about it.
Wow.
You would brag.
With Spotify, they get so specific too. Like people from this area of the country also enjoy your music.
Yeah.
So like, would you want to know if like there's a bunch of people in like North Dakota that also enjoy the same porn as you?
No, but what if it's like some
why?
weird like former Eastern European USSR country that you're also like, oh, what am I into?
Yeah,
oh,
true.
God, no. Vladimir Putin. Okay, so Kimmy, you brought up something I hadn't considered, and I kind of blew by it, and I apologize. We're talking as men, but this includes everyone who watches
Lady
porn.
rubbers.
So, do women take longer to get to that thing when they're watching porn?
Probably.
Well, probably. You're a woman.
I mean, I don't know how long average it takes you guys. I don't know.
Yep, done.
Yes.
So it takes women longer to
I
get
think
there?
so. I would imagine.
All right, I'm going to ask you.
I'm guessing women are because how women are, they're very selective and picky about what they want to look at.
Okay.
Where guys, not so much.
I don't know, man. If there wasn't think of how specific it gets. That wouldn't have to exist if men weren't getting
All right.
details.
I always figured we're always looking at the same thing, just different actors. You know what I mean?
No, I
women
would think
maybe
like
have-
you guys get weirder in terms of because you've experienced it for so long
True.
in your life. I don't know. I mean, maybe women now are more
Fervent?
interested in it younger because of the access to it. I don't know.
I mean, think, man. We used to be able to get there with like a catalog that came for free in the mail.
Oh, yeah, Victoria's Secrets.
Yeah. Or Sears for you. I mean, I don't know what you were.
Oh,
into.
Sears was big, man.
Let me see them.
See them braziers?
I was thinking more of the tight jeans section. Look at that Chuck Norris there. Kimmy, do you know how long it takes your husband? I'm sorry.
I don't.
You've never had this conversation?
I don't know. I guess I've never inquired.
Are you curious?
No, that's your private thing. You do you.
Would you be upset if it took him longer with you than it took by himself?
No. I think you're in a different headspace when you're doing stuff like that.
Okay, so
Both of them.
him getting there quicker alone.
I don't think. No, I wouldn't think that that's any. I guess I wouldn't take offense to that.
Okay. No, you got awfully quiet all of a sudden. What happened?
What do you mean?
You were asking all kinds of questions, said all kind of funny thing, and then we started talking about Kimmy's sex life, and then
Well, I guess I'm comfortable with her.
You can't even look at me right now.
You can't look at me either.
I've been looking at you this whole time.
No, when I say dirty stuff, you get very nauseated.
Well, yeah, that last thing was a little over the top.
Yeah, man, I don't need to think about your penis slowly ejecting lava. Ugh. By the way, same effect on the environment, whether it's lava or Tommy's batch.
You're going to lose your mailbox?
Stop putting it in my mailbox, man. Let's take a break. It is Tuesday.
Oh, boy.
It is 9 o'clock. It's our first day back for 2024, and we're doing it with a bang, baby. All right. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. You know how this works. For those that are new, we'll explain everything. For you vets, you can get in right now. You can hear Kimmy reading the post while you're on hold. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Get your Rochester brains working because it's time for Where They Whining. And we do it next here in the break room on CMF. What a way to kick off being back.
Let's do it.
Well, we're going to do it.
I'm ready.
We're going to do. Are you ready?
I'm focused.
Bro, you haven't won in months.
Yeah, but I've been driving around when we're on. I told you.
I've won 2 of the last 3, and I've had a long time to commiserate with myself.
Me too. I commiserated.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. We are back from vacation. We missed you so much. Not only can you listen to us here, you can watch us live on the Odyssey app, streaming.
So many ways to be disappointed.
WCMF.com or on YouTube and Twitch. At YouTube and Twitch, it's the break room WCMF. You just got to search that. While you're searching that, you can find Tommy, This Is Your Life, the event we threw for him 2 weeks ago. It is all up there in its entirety. Songs. Tommy sitting in a throne, pretending to laugh at things he was deeply hurt by. And we curse, which people were commenting was something they didn't expect. Not only the event we did, but the live stream brought to you by our good friends at Three Heads Brewing. Three Heads Brewing. Sorry, we sold the place out 90 minutes before the event started. Okay, it is Tuesday. It is 9 o'clock. It is time for Where They Whining. And I got complaints from some people while we were on break that they tuned in. They don't normally listen on Tuesdays, and they didn't know what was going on. So I want to take this time for all of our new listeners or folks that are checking us out for the first time to hear how this works. Kimmy has a post from the neighborhood apps around town.
Yep.
They are shared with her by our listeners. Kimmy removes street names and town references, and she reads them out loud. Tommy, you've lived here 3 decades.
Yes.
Right? I've lived here my whole life.
Yes.
Folks listening, we're proud Rochesterians.
Sure.
So we know every little stereotype and nuance about every town, village in the greater Rochester area, including the city of Rochester. So Kimmy's going to read it. We're going to listen.
Yeah, you got to pay attention to the whole piece.
No, you really do, because there are tiny things that give it away.
Right, so seriously, chill out.
Phone number is 252-WCMF. You call, you guess, we figure out where they whine. Okay. With that being said, are you, sir, ready?
Born ready.
Kimmy, are you ready?
Ready.
Let's make it happen.
Webster, Hilton, Irondequoit, Where They Whining.
So to start off this post, I just want to say I had to remove a ton of stuff because this person gave so many details about a neighborhood kid that I didn't want to get anybody in trouble.
Wait, they did it about a kid?
Yes. So here it goes.
Punk ass kid.
Oh, it was you. You wrote this.
I'm hoping someone out there has doorbell camera footage or security camera footage that points towards blank street. I think a teenager who lives in the neighborhood hit a guest of mine's car while it was parked in front of my house. This young person is known to be reckless behind the wheel and has received several complaints about not following the speed limit. I don't want to confront the parents until I have the evidence to prove it. Their son drives a gray Honda Civic. Not sure the year, but it looks newer. Anyways, that's the car we believed may have swiped a friend's vehicle. If someone got a good look at this young man's car and noticed any scratches, dents, etc., please let me know immediately so that I can maybe take a photo of it next time they drive by. I don't want anyone to go to jail, but I do want someone to take responsibility for this hit and run. I don't care if it's this kid or his parents. Someone needs to pay for the damage done. Our guests deserve to feel safe coming to our neighborhood. Leave that type of crime to the Kia boys in the city. Thank you.
That's not a real ending. That's not you.
That's
you
a real.
added that.
I swear.
Leave accidentally sideswiping a car to the Kia boys. Okay. The phone number is 252-WCMF 252-9263. Tommy, thoughts?
Well, let's see. Sounds like an older person.
Oh, yeah, it's fair.
In like a mixed neighborhood of young and old.
Well, I mean,
okay.
I mean, it's a teenage kid, so those people could be in their 50s also.
It could be. It had a hint of wealth to it. But there's also jet asinine and privilege.
Jet asinine?
Yeah. But I'm trying to think, where they're like busted-ass wealthy people. They're not really wealthy, but they're like busted-ass wealthy people.
I don't know. Tommy, what do you think?
I'm thinking it's Henrietta, brother.
Okay,
tight-ass town.
Tight-ass town?
Tight-ass town. Jet-ass and kid. Semi-privileged. Parents just came into some new money. They don't know how to handle it.
What the hell are you talking
This
about?
is busted-ass new money town.
First of all, new money is Fairport and Pittsford.
No, that's old money.
Is that old money?
That's old money.
Yeah, no, you old. You ain't money. You're new money.
Bro,
with your wife's money.
New money is your town.
New money
You got like Miami Vice guy in your neighborhood.
That guy was there way before I was.
You got multiple street legal golf carts in your neighborhood.
None of them are street legal. They have those in Greece and Hilton.
Yeah, but they're like busted rusty old ones.
What, your mom was there? Busted rusty old one? You were saying, I'm sorry.
I'm taking Henrietta, man.
Henrietta is a terrible call. But
Why? Because it's hitting too close to home?
No.
Busted boy?
So look.
You know you came into a little cash now. You got fancy multiple skull caps.
Bro.
You got high-end whiskey your father drinks.
You could not be more wrong about Henrietta, but I digress. This could be any town in the greater Rochester area. Because there's nothing you can pick up from the letter other than this guy, he watches the news, hears the bad stuff, and just spouts it back out again. But that car is sticking out to me. And I might be hurting myself here.
It was a Honda Civic, right?
Yes, Honda Civic. When I was a kid, every teenager that owned a Honda Civic lived in Greece.
Bro.
And they put
Not
ground
really
effects.
a muscle car. Oh, they
put, they jazzed
aftermarket
it up. Okay,
crap.
bro, I graduated from high school in 2004, not 79. A muscle car was Lou Graham hanging outside my high school. We own your Honda with your ground effects. The only thing that stands out to me is the Honda Civic.
Mm-hmm.
And the Honda Civic was the choice of Grease jet assers when I was in high school.
Yeah, but you're going way back, man.
No, man, but it doesn't say what year Honda Civic it is, because Honda Civics go way back. So this could be a busted ass Honda Civic.
Mm-hmm.
Teenage kid with a car, though.
What would a busted ass Honda Civic be? That's the question.
Kimmy, do kids get cars in high school anymore in non-wealthy areas?
I do not know. I don't know many teenagers, so I couldn't tell you.
I mean, if a kid's got a job, he can pay for it. Right?
How?
How? I had a car. I paid for it.
Okay, yeah. Shut up. You can't compare anything with money from your generation to this generation. You had a job that paid you the equivalent of $80,000 a year.
It goes up $10,000 a year.
When you were in your early 20s and you somehow still managed to be broke and busted, you idiot. Oh, I can't afford anything because I keep buying pornography.
Porn was expensive.
I'm going with Greece.
All right. So you're taking the house. You take the biggest suburb, widest target.
You
get mad every time somebody takes Greece because it's a big suburb.
It's a chalk bet, man.
So then take it every time, bitch. You go first.
No, because I'm trying to be nice.
You could not have been more wrong about Henrietta. Like, there's
you
money
know
in
I'm
Henrietta. Get out of my effing
No, but there are
face.
pockets of, like...
Pockets?
So they have pockets of areas in Henrietta where they got a little money.
Every town has that.
Henrietta's coming up.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. There is one rule and one rule only. You get one choice. You call the show.
Yeah.
If you hear while you're on hold, someone else say your name, that's fine. No big deal. You got two options. You can hang up the phone, try again next week. We won't hate you for it. Or you can call us, pick another name. If you call up and go, I was going to say, but then I went, you have been disqualified. You're gone. And Kimmy, as the commissioner, has the last call on all disqualifications. Okay. All right, folks, I'm waiting patiently. Are we ready?
I'm ready to do this.
We kick off 2024. Ooh, close. Yeah. Where They Whining? With the man who has the most victories in the history of the game. Let's talk to Pete. Hold on. I got to go to my computer because my phone is not working. Petey, you're on CMF, buddy. Where They Whining?
Man, you guys couldn't have been further off. That's your worst guess, Pat. I'm going Fairport.
Why Fairport?
It's tight.
Because I think it's a young kid jet-assing around in a newer Honda Civic that he souped up thinking he was cool.
Okay.
And you're parked on the street because you did sideswipe. So...
What does that mean?
Well,
There's plenty of parking in Greece and Henrietta in the driveway.
No, man. Not when you got multiple kids, man. When I was in high school, we grew up in Gates. First of all, I had a one-car driveway. I don't even know how they make those.
Wait, you had a one-car garage?
But we didn't use the garage. The garage was full of my dad's broken snowmobile.
So you had like a narrow-ass, sad driveway?
It was a single-car driveway.
Just like...
It was like the Yellow Brick Road.
That is busted like Archie Bunker House.
By the way, quick sidebar, Pete. I'm sorry. Pete, I got you for Fairport. Thanks for the call. I appreciate it. Thank you, Kimmy. My dad never had the driveway sealed or paved in the entire... So by the time...
So it had to be as cracked as your grandma's ass.
Yes, it was. It was as cracked as my grandma's ass. No, man. There's plenty of street parking in Greece and Gates because they have so many kids out there.
So many busted-ass cars.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to... I keep pressing the button. It's not working. Adam, you're on CMF. Where They Whining?
Hi, this is Adam. I'm thinking Brighton.
Why Brighton?
Tight town.
Well, first of all, hometown pride, but there's a lot of doorbell cameras there, and a lot of people with nothing else to do but whine.
Okay, but here's your problem.
Go ahead.
If Adam, if your doorbell camera theory was right, they wouldn't have to ask for the doorbell camera footage. They would already have it because they'd come over and be like, "Hey, we got this kid in a gray Honda Civic swiping the state." No, it's wrong, Adam. You're wrong.
Well, we will see about that.
Yeah.
And by the way, this is Adam, in case you didn't know.
I love you guys.
Love you too, Adam. He calls like my mom calls.
Hi, this is Adam. Adam, go ahead. Hi, this is Adam.
Adam, over and out. My mom will call and leave me a voicemail and go, "Hi, it's your mother."
Yes.
Not only do I know that from the missed call, I also know that because it says your name in the voicemail.
And you left a voicemail.
Also, I've known you since I was 0. I know what your voice sounds like. Mom, save some time here.
Yeah.
No need. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's talk to Ron. Ron, where are they whining, buddy?
Victor.
Okay. Why Victor?
Because they got those kids, they got their money. Parents are giving them money. There's plenty of no parking.
Plenty of no
parking? Can you have a lot of no parking?
We're all sold out at no parking. All right, Ron, let me ask you, you got any teenage kids? What's the deal with you?
I do not. I have younger kids.
You got younger kids. Okay. How old are you?
No driving. I am 43.
43. All right, because I'm trying to figure out, we need an answer as to whether or not kids these days, now I sound like my dad.
Get high school cars?
Yeah.
Right.
Like, do you see a lot of teenagers, Ron, where you live, driving around in cars that are their own?
When I'm up near the mall, I see them.
Okay. Where do you live?
This is Victor.
Okay, Victor, gotcha.
Canandaigua.
Okay. All right, but Victor does have money, so that kind of skews
Big
everything.
money.
Well, some have money.
And
Some
they
are just
got some Poe Victor.
Poe
Victor.
Victor. That's all sold out at no parking. Ron, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the
Bills.
day. Go Bills. We got Ron in Victor. This is hard. This is really hard.
It's a tough one.
Why do we not know anybody that is a teenage kid with a driver's
I don't
license?
know.
252 WCMF. Are kids driving their own cars?
Yeah, like, what are your kids and their friends driving?
All right, folks, we're going to have you put you on hold for a second. Kimmy, would you mind giving us the reread for the post for folks that haven't heard it yet? Go right ahead.
So again, I want to say up front, took out a lot in this post because this person really wanted to call out one specific kid. I'm hoping someone out there has doorbell camera footage or security camera footage that points towards and then names the street. I think a teenager who lives in the neighborhood hit a guest of mine's car while it was parked in front of my house. This young person is known to be reckless behind the wheel and has received several complaints about not following the speed limit. I don't want to confront the parents until I have the evidence to prove it. Their son drives a gray Honda Civic, not sure the year, but it looks newer. Anyways, that's the car we believe may have swiped a friend's vehicle. If someone got a good look at this young man's car and noticed any scratches, dents, etc., please let me know immediately so that I can maybe take a photo of it next time they drive by. I don't want anyone to go to jail, but I do want someone to take responsibility for this hit and run. I don't care if it's this kid or his parents. Someone needs to pay for the damage done. Our guests deserve to feel safe coming to our neighborhood. Leave that type of crime to the Kia boys in the city. Thank you.
God. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Tommy is in Henrietta because you said that's where trash new money goes. I am in Greece. Pete is in Fairport because of kids with money. Adam's in Brighton because they got a lot of doorbell cams out that way. Ron is in Victor because it's a bunch of punk-ass kids with their parents' money souping up their Honda Civics. Quick sidebar going back to the post there, and I see you guys on hold. Sit tight, 252 WCMF.
What's up?
This person is just assuming, Kimmy, that it's a teenage kid.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like they're looking for the evidence to prove it.
That it's this kid.
Essentially, yes.
I'm going to go out on a limb and tell me if I'm wrong.
What's up?
Someone sideswiping your car and taking off is more likely to be an adult than a teenager.
Really? I always think a kid would do it.
If I did that as a teenage kid, I would be so horrified that I was caught, I would turn myself in immediately.
Really? Because I did that as a kid.
Yeah, but you weren't a kid when there was, ring cameras and footage available everywhere. I would think to your point, maybe a teenager would be smart enough to know that they're eventually going to get caught.
Or, just the fear of that, right? Like, and not to mention, anyone that was at your house that sideswiped your neighbor's cars was always an adult back in the day.
True, that is true.
Am I wrong?
No, that's true.
In fact, multiple guys we know well that hit people and took off. Why are you laughing? You're a grown person. No, but it's a teen. As he laughs at his buddy committing a hit and run to one of his neighbors who he liked.
Yes. Drove across this lawn.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's talk to Sean. Sean, where are they whining, buddy?
East Rochester.
Why East Rochester?
Because I see a lot of these punk kids riding real fast down the street.
Okay. But what makes that different than any other town, Sean?
I don't know, just the way they were talking. It sounds like they're close with the cops, so the cops know who it is. They just got to get enough proof.
What are you talking about, Sean?
That's how close the cops are with everybody out there.
Where from the post did you get that they were close with the cops and just needed proof?
Oh, we'll see.
Why are you getting mad with your stupid guess, Sean? It was a really stupid guess. You started the new year in the worst way possible. Sean, whatever your New Year's resolution was, try it again because you're going to fail based on that guess.
I don't do New Year's resolutions. I'm going to stay just the way I am.
Boy, you're nailing it,
Stick
Sean.
with it, buddy. He's right. Them rough-ass East Side kids. East Rochester has some rough
Now
kids.
they're the East Side?
Yeah, because you always say that East Rochester is a part of the West Side that broke off and floated over to the
With
east.
the continental shelf was shifting back in the day. No, but there's some rough areas of ER.
All right, hold on. Sean, you suck. Thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
Thanks. You too. Bye.
There goes Sean. Perfect the way he is. What, you're saying there's rough areas of East Rochester?
There's some rough
Shut
areas,
up.
bro.
It's the most quaint town in the
But
greater Rochester area.
there's some broken home areas.
They have a 10 o'clock curfew for kids.
They need it to settle them down.
Bro, I can't think of a more quaint town. More than Pittsford.
That ain't quaint.
More than Fairport. Bro, they have that beautiful park at the end of Main Street. Yes, it's all walkable, Kimmy. They got that a couple of old school diners. They do those concerts right off of Main Street. I love East
And
Rochester.
all the instruments are missing.
Name me one incident that's happened in East Rochester in the last 5
I
years.
can't even begin.
You can't even
Why do you think they
of
call
one.
them the Bombers? That's not a very polite name.
What is Pittsford again? The Sissy Pantses? The Pittsford Sissy Fingers? No, Kimmy, can you think of one crime story we've talked about in East
Not
Rochester?
recently, no.
Well, according to the last call, a lot of things getting covered up.
No, I love God.
Sounds like they're close with the cops. Wait, what?
No, I want to talk about that too. Are there people that are closer with the cops in certain towns than other towns?
Maybe. That's kind of what he was getting at, right? Like maybe they're tight with the East Rochester police force.
Okay, because here's the thing. There are some smaller towns that have police departments. East Rochester is one of them.
Yeah.
The town of Gates is one of them. Fairport has their own police department, right?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay, right? So I guess the smaller the town, the more interaction you're going to have personally with a police officer.
All right.
So maybe folks in East Rochester are closer with the cops?
They're tight with the cops.
Even though that has nothing to do with the post?
No.
Sean, you suck. Seems like a nice guy. He just sucks. I hate everything about him.
No resolution, Sean.
I'm perfect the way I am, baby. All right, folks, I've been waiting. I'm sorry. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. It's been a sausage fest.
Okay.
Most of them eaten by Sean. Let's get a lady in here. 252 WCMF. Jen, where are they whining?
They're whining at Webster.
Why Webster?
The way that the person typed the message, the way that it flowed. Plus, I'm from Webster.
Okay.
And that's just, I see a lot of those, the kids in that area love the Civics. It just seems like that's a Webster post.
Big Honda
That's a
town.
Webster
Okay, all right. No, that's fair. That's fair because I did go town based on what I saw when I was growing up. But Jen, let me ask you a question because you said something. You said the way the post flowed.
Well, she, I guess, would get all the Webster posts, right?
Oh, so you're saying
if she's from there.
So do you read other neighborhood app posts?
No, not the post, but the way that the message was written.
Okay.
The way it was articulated or whatever. I can't even speak right now.
Yeah, no, I hear that's a problem with Webster.
Articulating.
Jen, we got you for Webster. Thanks for the call. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Good. Have a good rest of the day. So here's the problem, Tommy.
What's the matter?
So we have found out, and these are people admitting this, with the exception of you, me, and Pete, it sounds like everyone else is picking the town they live in.
Oh.
I mean, Ron said he lived in Canandaigua when he picked Victor. Adam said it was home cooking. He was going Brighton. Sean started talking about East Rochester and admitted that he was from that area. And Jen is a Webster resident, and she picked Webster. It's never good when you pick your own town.
All right. It's very personal today.
It's hard to see the forest for the trees. You know what I'm saying?
I hear you, buddy.
All right, good. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Brendan. Brendan, where are they whining?
Hey, so I was actually calling in about to make a comment on the a guy that was talking about how they're close with East Rochester cops.
Okay.
So, unfortunately, I do actually have someone that does live in East Rochester, and I want to say that it kind of is true because the neighbors that are around the street where my girlfriend actually lives is the amount of times the cops literally just come and just say hi to these people that are known to be like kind of on like a little bit on the dealer side. They just like kind of it's like a hi and bye.
I would like to start. Brendan, I love you. First of all, can we get him with the buzzer because he disqualified himself by saying East Rochester? Brendan, I love how you started this with "I know someone that lives in East Rochester" to try and hide it, and then proceeded in the next sentence to name your girlfriend who lives in East Rochester.
I know.
That's what happens when you're banging a bomber.
Oh, he's a bomber banger.
Oh, big time bomber banger.
Bomber banger in the hangar.
I don't know.
Well, I just figured, I just lay down the foundation and then just put my girlfriend right on the spot. Right.
That was good. That was good. Brendan, what town are you from?
So I'm actually from Canandaigua.
Okay.
Makes sense.
Well, I'm just saying, it's a hell of a. If you're from Canandaigua, like taking shots at people close to the cops who have problems around them. I mean, like pot kettle black here, Brendan.
Yeah. Well, I mean.
All right, Brendan. Thanks. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
All right. I was gonna say also I did used to live in Fairport, and like the amount of like closest that you actually get with like the Fairport cops that are there is actually because again like there's low crime rate, so of course like the cops are gonna look for stuff to do. But yeah, no, they're like I have no problems with them. I mean, like I
the fact that you said that out loud makes me think you have problems.
Yes.
Like again,
You keep jumping from town to town, Brendan. Why is that?
Talking awfully fast, Brendan.
I do a lot of driving around, so I mean like
smooth lake boy.
All right, Brendan, I'm going to let you go because if you laugh again, I'm afraid you're going to pass out. But thank you for the call. I appreciate it. Okay.
Thank you.
There goes Brendan. I feel so bad for this girlfriend. He seems like a nice kid.
Very nice young man.
But like, how many times could you take? You want to watch Sebastian Maniscalco tonight? No. All right. Based on the calls we've gotten so far, I think this is as good as we're going to get.
Okay, all right.
I don't know where to go from here.
Let's just recap what we have, and then we'll find out. We have Tommy in Henrietta because you said that's where trash new money lives. Okay. I am in Greece due to the fact that when I was in high school, every kid that drove a car had a Honda Civic. Pete is in Fairport, said it's got to be East Side money. Adam went home cooking with Brighton, says they have a lot of doorbell cams in Brighton, so that's why. Ron from Canandaigua picked Victor, same reason for the money. Sean went East Rochester because they know who it is. They just need proof from the cops because they're so close with the cops out there. He's also not having a resolution this year because he's perfect the way he is. Jen from Webster also picked Webster, said that the letter was articulated in a way that sounded like Webster. Also said Webster is a big Honda Civic town.
All right.
And Brendan, who disqualified himself, just wanted to back up Sean on his East Rochester point, and he's a bomber banger and a hanger. You ready?
Yep.
Kimmy,
Do it.
let's make it happen.
Come on.
Skyline! Pittsford! Victor! Where they whining?
We got one.
We got a winner.
We got
Damn.
one. We only got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 guesses in it. We got a winner.
Got a winner in.
Come on. Oh, you know it too. I can see the look on your face. You know what's coming.
It ain't you.
'Cause this week,
It's chalk.
they whining
Where?
in Brighton.
Damn,
Damn.
Adam.
Adam
Right.
got him.
He did.
Wow.
Okay, I did not see Brighton as a
No.
Honda Civic.
No.
I'm sorry.
Or jet ass.
No, there's jet ass. Well, how do you jet ass in Brighton?
You can't.
There's so
Maybe
many
that's
corners.
why it
If you
stands
start
out.
jet assing in Brighton, you're immediately not in Brighton.
Okay, the fact that it was in Brighton tells me it's not a teenage kid. It was a grown-ass person.
Could be, yeah.
That was
All
a
right.
grown-ass person.
No,
in
but they
Brighton.
got kid.
I know they got kid.
Well, whoever this poor kid is, your name's all over in the neighborhood.
Wait, were they naming the kid?
They named. I think they put his first name in there or something.
Did you just
Or
drool on yourself?
I did.
Oh, man, I never seen a lady drool.
They put his name on the app?
That's cold-blooded, man.
You don't even know it's him.
Yeah.
No, I know. I see that stuff all the time on stuff people send me. I'm like, maybe I won't use that.
Yeah, good call. But what is wrong with people?
I don't know.
All right, congratulations to Adam. Brighton was a victor, by the way. Sean, feel free to call back and apologize. You wait, sir. He's probably out there talking to these Rochester cops right now. Let's take a break. So there were a couple of major things that happened in our area while we were away. But the biggest one is an opening of a business that had never existed in the city of Rochester before.
Oh, did that thing open?
Well, what are you talking about?
I don't want to blow it. But...
No, it's not that. What are you trying to do with your hand?
Well, I can't.
I know what he's doing.
Tennis?
No,
No, the other one.
With one hand?
No, I can't stand up and do
Say
it.
it's not it.
The golf thing.
No. Top golf hasn't
Oh,
even
that's not what I
started.
thought you were
Oh.
doing.
What did you think he was doing?
Paddleball or pickleball or whatever. Yeah.
I swing a golf club.
Well, you golf one-handed?
No, I can't.
Like this?
Yeah, like a maestro.
No, it's not what I'm talking
Right.
about. This business is a name brand business. Everybody knows it.
Oh.
It's been in the greater Rochester area for decades across the country. But according to the story, Rochester had never had one of these. And the fact that it's now open and they keep saying this has caused a major controversy because folks are arguing not only have we had one of these in the city before, we've had two.
Really?
And it all comes down to semantics. And why people are getting so mad about this,
What
I
did
have
he
no
say?
idea. We'll tell you what it is next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. We got some massive controversy in the city of Rochester.
What happened?
Well, it seems like everything's a massive controversy. This is not an actual massive controversy, but people are getting pissed off with each other.
Why?
Over claims that this is the first one of this business ever in the city.
But you're saying it's been here forever.
Well, there are people arguing that there have not only been one, but two that previously existed in the city of Rochester.
What'd it be?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. So a lot of stuff happened while we were away. The Bills went on a run, as they always do, as one smart bearded man told you they would. At the end of the season, they play the Dolphins. Obviously, we know Sunday night for the AFC East crown. We'll have that game live here on CMF. A couple of holidays happened. You had that terrible story out in front of the Kodak Center.
Yeah.
But while we were away, the first Taco Bell ever in the city of Rochester opened up.
Oh, like within the city limits.
Wait, there's never been a Taco Bell?
So it opened on Mount Hope. It's on the footprint of the old Row Video and Audio. You know the spot.
Oh, yeah.
So it's open smack dab right in the middle of U of R, RIT, MCC. And if there's one thing college kids love, it's Taco Bell. So it's probably going to do really well. But there is some controversy here. Since they started building it, it has been billed as the first ever Taco Bell in the city of Rochester. And that has sparked debate.
Okay.
So first off, there are folks that are arguing that there was a Taco Bell inside the Strong Museum of Play for years.
There was?
Does that count?
Well, see, that's just it. I know it was because I was there twice a week.
All right.
Right.
Yeah.
But it wasn't a freestanding.
It was not. It was a food court-esque Taco Bell that did not have the entire Taco Bell menu. So although it was a Taco Bell, it wasn't a real Taco Bell, but the people arguing that was it says that was a Taco Bell, so that was the first Taco Bell in the city of Rochester. Right. But it turns out there's another one that's causing even more of a debate.
Where's this one?
There was a Taco Bell for years.
There was a Taco Bell.
Right on the line of the city and Greece on Ridge Road 104.
Okay.
Where on 104?
It was right down the street. It was between the Kodak Center
Yeah.
and the old plaza with
Yeah, so
bathtub
you're
buildings.
straddling the line right there for sure.
Okay.
So depending on which map you have, and I'm not making this up, it determines whether or not this Taco Bell was in Greece or in Rochester, because there are maps that people have been putting on Facebook posts. There is there are posts on Facebook where there's 500 comments of people lighting each other up. Showing,
So is this where like the old bathtub Billy's was and all that? Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, that's kind of a weird area.
See, I always thought that was Greece.
Yeah.
But it's so close to the cities right there. So what are they calling it?
There are
Because that's right. It's Dewey Avenue's right there.
Yeah, you're
So
right.
is Dewey?
Dewey is in the city.
All right. It's just I think you're right, but it's just right over there, like with the Mirage and all that stuff. Right?
You got it. Oh, the old California Brew House, all that stuff.
So is California Brew House?
Is in the city.
That's got to be a city Taco Bell.
No,
it's
but
right there.
No, but it's right down the street.
Man, it's a sea hair off the city.
Look, man, I'm not making this up. Depending on which map you look at, there are
Right.
some that say
That's
that
close.
Taco Bell was in the city. There are some
Right.
that say that Taco Bell was in Greece. But folks are arguing that was in Greece and it wasn't a freestanding Taco Bell at the Strong Museum of Play. So this is the actual first Taco Bell in the city of Rochester ever. None of it matters, but people are losing their minds over it. And the phone number is 252-WCMF. Is this the first Taco Bell in the city of Rochester?
And where is this one now?
This is on Mount Hope of the old Row Video and Audio, right down the street from Country Suite. I love how we do all of this on places we eat bad food.
That's right.
Good food, but bad for you.
Yes.
And even with Country Suite, you can get healthy Country Suite.
Yes, you can.
Yeah. Not a lot of calories, surprisingly.
Really?
Look at the back of the can.
Look at
Bottle.
it.
Just saying. Kimmy?
Yeah.
Is this the first Taco Bell in the city of Rochester?
I'm going to say yes. Technically.
Good luck with your emails.
I know. I guess I need to I need to do some deep diving into city lines.
Okay.
Probably more so than I've ever done. More research than I've ever done on this in my life.
So you're saying that the food court Taco Bell inside the Strong Museum of Play does not count as a Taco Bell?
Did it have a full Taco Bell menu?
It did not have a full
So
Taco
I'm
Bell
gonna
menu.
say no.
You see, the argument is, and I'm not making this up either, there were people making arguments, if it doesn't accept coupons, it doesn't count as a real Taco Bell. And I don't think that one accepted coupons.
All right. Oh, it has to have a drive-through.
So there were, no. You can be a Taco Bell without a drive-through.
I've never seen one.
Okay, who makes up that rule?
Me. Because that's most people drive through to grab their stuff.
No, I would always go in. I like eating inside Taco Bell.
Nobody likes eating in a taco, sitting down and enjoying my taco.
I love sitting in Taco Bell.
I like a nice road taco.
I bet you do.
Yeah. What's wrong with that?
That's why I said that.
I eat all the taco.
On the road.
Fish taco, all kind of taco.
We got the joke, man. Everybody got there. You don't have to keep going. You never eaten inside a Taco Bell?
No, I don't. I've never, as an adult, no.
Kimmy, isn't there something? No, we've had this argument.
Yeah,
Your
her
likes to
husband's
sit
weird.
down.
He likes to sit down and eat.
No, that's what everyone should do. You don't want Taco Bell to get cold on you.
That's why you just eat it in the car and go. But I will say this, like that area, Dewey, right there.
Okay.
To me, I've always considered that the city, not like Greece. It's grittier, rougher.
Oh my God! Just because you
sketch ass.
Shut up! It's not sketch ass,
bro. There's a lot of sketch ass walking around. Busted ass closed diners. You know I'm right,
that
man.
diner's not closed. It's still open.
Tell the owner.
Is it?
That place was busted ass, man. That whole area.
I got caught in class at Aquinas.
Of course you did.
Was it the Princess? Is that the name of it?
Peppermill.
Peppermill.
Yeah.
Peppermill. I love that place.
Is it open?
Is the Peppermill still open? Can we Google, Kimmy?
Where was it?
Peppermill Diner on the corner of Dewey and Ridge Road.
Yeah. But that area's a rough area.
Didn't we talk about this place closing?
No, you're thinking of
I'm
the
thinking of
Irish
something.
joint down the street.
No, I thought this.
The Peppermill. You like the pepper?
Seems like it's still open.
All right.
I love the Peppermill. I gotta
According
go back
to Google.
I'm going back to the Peppermill.
You can't.
I'll see you there. My dean of students is probably still waiting there. Look who's back. Jug. 252 WCMF. Okay, now we have more people jumping
Oh,
in.
we sure do. I'm getting yelled at for this one.
Okay, just to catch everybody up. The Taco Bell on Mount Hope that has been being built for a couple months officially opened while we were on break. It's been billed as the first Taco Bell ever in the city limits of Rochester. Folks started arguing that there was a Taco Bell at the Strong Museum of Play, but then folks said, no, it was a food court, one doesn't count. Then folks made the argument for the Taco Bell that was open for years on Ridge Road in Greece, and depending on what map you look at, some say it's in the city, some say it's in Greece. That sparked an argument, but it turns out there's another Taco Bell that we haven't even considered.
Damn.
Patrick is on CMF. Hey, Patrick, what do you got?
Hey, well, I guess you guys and everybody else is wrong, including Taco Bell, because they built one over a year ago on Lake Avenue.
Where on Lake?
3 other people
new.
confirmed.
Yep, it's right near Aldi's on Lake Avenue.
Oh. Wait, near the old Tops?
Yes, yep.
Okay.
Yep, right
Where
near
the
the
hell
old
is that
Tops,
one?
yep.
All right, maybe when they started building this one, they were. When did that one open?
Just over a year ago. They built it. It's north of Lyle.
What the hell's going on here with all the Taco Bell misinformation?
That's a perfect spot for it, though.
How few?
Because there's nothing over there.
How few people are going to that Taco Bell where nobody brought that up?
Is that where that old bar
arguments?
Bullwinkles used to be and all that?
That might be before my
It's
time.
busy all the time. It's busy all the time.
Yeah, because there's nothing else there.
I've never seen
We
a
got a
Taco
McDonald's
Bell
right there,
that
too.
wasn't busy at all times of the day. And the weirdest times, too.
By the way, now I'm flashing back to my childhood because, again, that's right around the corner from Aquinas. We would go to that McDonald's all the time. And then Mojo's Chicken is right there, too.
Ooh, boy.
Oh, buddy. Patrick, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
Yep, Seth.
Well, you know what's weird?
Right.
I drive past that place.
Going to school?
To when if I have to go to get my kids
Yeah.
or like drop something off at their school from here, I have to. I've never noticed it.
How many times you going to notice a Taco Bell unless you're looking for one?
No, but like it's one of those neighborhoods where I'm so familiar with it, right?
It is new.
Yeah, like you would have thought it would have stood out.
Yeah.
Like I know that neighborhood like the back of my hand at least.
Because the new building would stand out because it's a bunch of old buildings.
Did they build it in something that already existed?
Oh.
No, but Taco Bell's usually built from the ground
Yeah,
up.
they're freestanding, like nice.
You got the Rose Garden over there. I loved that neighborhood when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Oh, shut up.
Taking a pass on that joint.
Shut up.
Talk about rough.
Man, they got some beautiful houses down on Seneca Parkway. That's where all the executives for Kodak lived. They built them for them.
Yeah, lived.
Well, yeah, they'd be 180 if they were still alive.
You wouldn't want to go in them places now.
I dated a girl who lived in one of those houses. Like, they are beautiful inside. She had a spiral staircase. I'm not exaggerating.
That's how rich they was. It was a corkscrew staircase.
How many spiral staircases in a normal home have you ever
You
seen?
wouldn't any because you don't need them anymore.
No, I
Who wants to
understand.
walk like this? Like, build a goddamn staircase straight. No, I'm going to spin it around for a while.
Are you this angry about spiral
Yes, it's like, hey, I'm coming downstairs. Yeah, I can see you. Still coming? Yeah. Hold on. I'm making 5 left turns to get to the goddamn first floor.
We come back, we wrap it up, we tell you what we're doing tomorrow next to the break room on CMF. For a Tuesday in the break room at CMF, so good to be back with you guys. I'm talking to the listeners, not you.
Yeah, me too.
All right. Again, I know it's been 2 weeks because we were forced on our mandatory vacation as they do at the end of every year with us. But
they had to fumigate.
They actually did. Our engineer came in and was so disgusted by my desk, he cleaned it for me. And now I feel like a piece of crap.
I cannot believe he did that. That had to take hours.
Shut up. It would take hours.
All the filth that comes out of your mouth.
No, it's literal and figurative. We had our Tommy Muley, This Is Your Life event back in late December at Three Heads. We thank you to everybody that came.
Yes, it was a phenomenal event.
Nailed it. My brother was just on fire.
He's a hit.
If you missed it, weren't able to make it out, or you were one of the folks that showed up after we sold it out 90 minutes before showtime, you can watch the entire thing unedited. It looks beautiful. It sounds beautiful. Our engineer, Derek, who also cleaned my desk, set this whole thing up when we found out that we weren't going to be able to let any more people in, so you could have watched it live then. It is on our YouTube page, The Break Room WCMF. It is all right there for you. And it seems, Kimmy and I, we put a lot of work into this.
Yes, you did.
Yeah. All of the people are like, whoa, I heard you guys swear is cool.
That's all we had to do.
Thanks, man. Because I could have just got up there and said the F word 5 times and gone home. That would have been fine. Also, if you have not watched it yet, it is the Rochester debut, live and in person, of Ribs, Arkansas.
Yes.
We're not making that up. There is a Ribs, Arkansas number as performed by Ribs, Arkansas in that event.
Yep.
So you can check it out again at our YouTube page where you're either watching the show right now or you can watch the show live every day. WCMF Break Room, search that out. You can get us on Twitch, Odyssey app, and WCMF.com. And a big thank you to our friends from Three Heads Brewing, not only for hosting that event.
Yeah, they did a great job.
Phenomenal. Those guys are the best. The literal best. I would lay down in traffic for those guys.
Why don't you go start?
For there it is. New Year, same jokes. Our live stream.
Why change now?
Brought to you by our good friends at Three Heads Brewing. All right, we got to get out of the way. Tomorrow it's Wednesday. You know what that means?
Oh, we're going to get our first of the year hate.
Bro, it's a weird hate.
Oh.
There's a man that is angry.
What are they mad at?
That a kid that went missing in Rochester was found alive. I'm not making that up.
What?
I'm not
God
making that
damn
up.
it.
Gonna break the break room. I'm so angry about this.
I did say he's mad at the kid's okay.
Well, kind of in a roundabout way because he
That's
thinks...
a weird take.
Look, I mean, everyone remembers this story.
Oh, yeah.
That wrestler from RIT
Yeah,
went
it was a
missing.
while.
We assume the worst.
Yeah.
And the kid was alive, and it's a miracle story. And he's not the only one. We actually got Facebook messages right after we talked about this, before we went on break, saying something similar. So we'll read you that letter, plus a whole bunch more tomorrow here in the break room on CMF. For Kimmy, who had a wonderful, restful 2 weeks off.
It's wonderful, yeah.
And has an evil smile on her face whenever Tommy and I tell her about the things we had to do with our kids and wives.
Yes.
Yeah. For Tommy Muley, 31 years.
Yeah, this is my 30. Yeah, start my 30.
Back again, doing it. Yeah, look at that.
Right back at it.
Meet the new boss. Still ugly as hell. My name is Pat Tommy. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.